There is really only a handful of stories that last this long and that are as culturally impactful as the works of Dragon Ball. When something is this popular for this long, with this much influence, there is a reason for it. Other works of fiction that have taken the planet by storm, such as Harry Potter, ultimately fall off after a while. Not many people really care about Fantastic Beasts. Game of Thrones has fallen to the side after only about a year. Star Wars fans have been struggling with the franchise since the late 90s and the prequel films. The list goes on. This is not the case for Dragon Ball, arguably the most important work of fiction in modern history just behind Lord of the Rings. I'll be the first to admit I'm a DBZ fanboy. That doesn't mean I'm blind to the many...
I can sense energy.
How the hell did you do that?
Many...
If I train in earnest for the next 4 months, my body should be capable of an enormous leap in strength.
Many flaws that this series has produced over its 30-some-odd years. There is criticism to be had, for sure, but some criticisms, even some of the more popular criticisms, I would argue are not legit and only exist in people's imaginations. I'll give what I think is the prime example right off the bat. DBZ is all about who is the strongest and someone pulling a power-up out of nowhere to win at the last minute. The only time that's ever actually been the case, where it was just as simple as Character 1 needed to be stronger than Character 2, was his fight with Frieza on Namek. Don't believe me? Keep watching as I break down why DBZ is better than you realize, why it is so important, and why even now it deserves respect. To fully understand this, several things need to be put into view to understand where this is all coming from, and we'll begin for the American audience with when DBZ came over to the States. The explosion of DBZ in the West came at a different time. It originally began to air in September of 1996, but it didn't really gain any traction until it came over to Toonami in late August 1998. They began with Z instead of the original Dragon Ball, which many people, myself included, feel this was a huge mistake, as it took a lot of the whole epic saga aspect of the show away, something we will be talking about shortly. During this time with Toonami in the 90s and early 2000s, there was no streaming, no watch whenever you wish type of online services. There was barely even an online. There was a set time in which you watch shows, and if you missed that time, you are out of luck. I don't think today's generation can even cope with the concept of, if you miss an episode of one of your favorite anime shows, you won't so much as have a picture, let alone a clip. All you'll have is other people telling you about it, and it's basically forever gone into a void until maybe you catch a rerun 6 months later. So with that, we will temporarily break away from the American folks' viewpoint, and instead talk about the story folks' viewpoint, the one that transcends cultural boundaries. Dragon Ball is not merely a story. It is an epic tale, a saga. The way it is to be consumed greatly differs from so many stories of today. I'm not saying this is positive or negative. Some sagas run way too long for their own good, and some 12-episode stories are masterpieces. But regardless of the actual quality, the way such stories are consumed is different. You don't watch or read a saga on the side. Take Lord of the Rings books. You don't really find many people who read all 3 novels and then utter a measly, it was okay. You don't see people who are into episode 600 of One Piece that say, I don't know if I enjoy it. No, if you are that far in, you are invested. And these stories always become a part of you, in one way or another. And considering the popularity of Dragon Ball over 30 years later, that's not a coincidence. In terms of story structure, I'm going to be bold and say Dragon Ball has some of the best around, depending on how you look at it. That's right, you heard me. I'm not saying, however, that it's the most solid. In fact, this epic tale has some of the flimsiest universes around. But in this case, such a thing is a feature, not a bug.
48 minutes. That's all we were given for this tournament of power. Yet in that brief time span, we Saiyan warriors have shattered our limits, time after time. You've seen it with your own eyes, Destroyer.
You begin this story following around Goku. He is some 12-year-old kid with a tail who knows nothing of the world around him. He just likes to fight. Along comes this funny-looking boy that seems to have no tail, who, after running him over and shooting him in the face, decides to take Goku along on her journey to collect the magical 7 Dragon Balls, which can grant any wish. As viewers, we are put into this world and know about as much about this mystical place as he does.
A bird! Wow!
And much like little Goku, We're at the same time insanely curious about this world, but don't really give a damn. We just want some action. So talking dinosaurs, human-animal hybrids that at some point just outright vanish, physics-breaking technology while still needing wires for headphones, the mysterious female and her lack of a pee-pee, all of these unexplained phenomena, we are able to just roll with it. This leaves the opportunity for anything to happen, and we get to see how Goku deals with, well, anything. And this idea of anything can happen is also brilliantly used against us, time and time and time again, which will be covered when we go along this story. It's also good to keep in mind that this manga of this little kid came out in the 80s. The main shonen protagonists were like this, with action scenes like this. Little Goku was not a unique, one-of-a-kind type of protagonist, but he certainly was uncommon during his era. Back then, Dragon Ball did not have any baggage of being called old and predictable. Quite the opposite, in fact. Speaking on that note, the show has a reputation of being too predictable and formulaic. This is really only true in one single aspect. The next villain is stronger than the last. But frankly, even that concept got broken in the Majin Buu saga and barely existed in Super. But we'll get to those. Dragon Ball has this wonderful habit of every time we get comfortable with the idea of what it is, it breaks that mold. Goku's fight with Jackie Chan felt quite intense compared to anything we've witnessed up to that point. Mercenary Tao gave us our first feeling that the invincible Goku was in legit danger, and his meeting with Grandpa Gohan was quite touching to many.
Grandpa! Grandpa!
That's right. It's me, my boy. It's me.
I'm so happy to see you, Grandpa. I've missed you so much.
But the first major world-shaking example of this is when King Piccolo is revived, and he proceeds to kill Goku's best friend Krillin. Up until this point, the predictable mold was that this was a happy-go-lucky show about the many ways Goku was awesome. So when you were invested in that happy-go-lucky attitude, with the smiling childhood friends and all of the other good stuff, and suddenly someone comes along and snaps that expectation, it hits you hard.
Krillin! No, Krillin, I'm here! Wake up! Krillin! He's gone. He's gone.
I mean, hell, when I watched Dragon Ball, well after I've seen Dragon Ball Z, it still kinda hit me. And I knew he was gonna be okay too. That's how good it set up that moment. A story in which anything can happen, and yet it still manages to find a way to shock us. That is good storytelling, especially coming from the 1980s era, which, let's be honest, had a lot of stories that were not exactly deep.
She'll thaw out if you stick your finger up her ass.
What? You gotta be kidding. Oh well.
When stories have a dramatic change in tone like this, it's quite difficult to pull off, and in my viewing experience, doesn't really hold up well. If Rising of the Shield Hero turned into some romantic comedy, no one whose opinion matters would go for that. If Konosuba had a major character die and things became all somber and vengeful, it would feel really off, and I would not want that at all. I came for the shitty antics, I expect the shitty antics. Akira Toriyama, the author of this tale, keeps finding ways to make the sudden shift work. Suddenly this happy-go-lucky kid is out for blood, and his goofy little friends start dying, and it works. You feel the shift when it happens, and you want to know how this simple child is going to deal with such a situation. Again, how many shows can so well pull off the fight with this silly ninja
Now you have a tail, just like mine.
and this Demon King so well?
You'll pay for all the pain you've caused my friends.
He's quick.
Other stories tend to have a focus of a feeling or emotion they want you to have, and tend to break it up with some comedy or romance thrown in here or there to give us time to breathe. The original Dragon Ball is one of the very few shows that manages to hit both extreme ends so well, and it continues it on for many, many years. Now more than ever, you want to see this villain go down, and you cheer for Goku with all your might to be able to defeat him. Using this as a jumping off point, here is another aspect Dragon Ball got right 30 years ago that frankly most shows still can't seem to get. The protagonists tend to fall into one of two categories. They are either weak little pushovers that grow stronger by catching up to the world around them, or they are already awesome and amazing, and we see just how far they can push this awesomeness. Goku falls into the second category. He is awesome, and so we get to watch him doing awesome stuff. In the OG series, Goku usually did not come up against someone of his equal, but when he did, boy was it believable, and we were really invested in seeing how Goku could get out of this one. Watching Goku fight is always a treat, because he doesn't just outpunch his stronger opponents, despite what people think. Whether it's lying about how he's gonna use Junkin, or using a blast to propel himself forward to headbutt his enemy in mid-air, this idiot is always using clever tactics to beat his opponents. And this genius we see from Goku never goes
No, you wouldn't dare!
away.
Destructo Disc times 6!
Again, this way of fighting was actually uncommon back then. Dragon Ball didn't invent this way of showcasing combat, but they certainly helped evolve it. Before I go any further in what Dragon Ball gets right, I need to quickly do away with some misconceptions people have about this series to help avoid any "yeah, but" mental arguments some might be having. First and foremost, Dragon Ball is just all about Goku getting stronger in a new form and then crushing the enemy with his new power. As I stated earlier, that's never been the case. Quickly running down the list. Goku never had some mid-fight power-up transformation in all of Dragon Ball. Unless you count him turning into a monkey, which went, well, nowhere. Raditz required 2 people and Goku's death to beat. Vegeta required an entire team in which Goku was out of almost half the fight. Captain Ginyu was the light of random body-stealing shenanigans, which left Goku in the end looking like this. Frieza is the only case where a sudden transformation led to someone just straight up being better than the villain, and we'll get to that fight when we get to it. Cell, even though Gohan attained a new power that was foreshadowed since the beginning of Z, was in the end unable to do it alone, and required the power of friendship to finally get the final blow on Cell. Majin Buu gave a Super Saiyan 3, but that proved to not be able to beat him, and instead a Spirit Bomb powered by everyone in the universe, as well as the help of the Dragon Balls, was required. Super Saiyan God could not defeat Beerus. Golden Frieza fell on his own sword and required time to be rewound in order to save everyone. Goku going Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Kaioken times 10 was still not enough for him to defeat Hit, who was already holding back because of tournament rules. They outright lost against Zamasu and had to call upon God to just erase everything. And in the Tournament of Power, the perfected form of Ultra Instinct tripped at the finish line and required a 3-on-1 assault where 2 people sacrificed themselves in order to win. So again I ask you, at what point did Goku just need to attain a new form to win? So then, on to what DBZ ends up getting right. The first thing I will bring up is the way it constantly changes the landscape between every saga and manages to find a way to make things constantly feel fresh and new. At the same time, it also keeps finding ways to ingeniously find more enemies, stronger than last, for Goku to fight. And they never really feel shoehorned in, but flow out of this unexplored universe. The first saga feels like an adventure with unknown dangers of the outside world we know nothing about. Next, we have an arc dedicated to training under the Turtle School, going into the classic anime trope of the martial arts tournament, where Goku eventually loses to his disguised master, who at this point is set up as the strongest, and the ultimate goal that Goku must overcome. Next saga, being different from a straight-up adventure and tournament, we see Goku taking on an entire army. The real big bad that Goku has to worry about is Mercenary Tao, and we see Goku's first fight with him end with him being wrecked. Tao is able to be explained as to why someone may be stronger than Roshi exists without us knowing, as he lives in the shadows. He's also open to killing Goku, so even if he's not actually stronger than Roshi, Roshi still has to hold back on Goku so he doesn't kill him. So in that scenario, Tao would be a more formidable opponent because of that. Fortune Teller Baba gives us our first team-oriented climb the tower style fights, and gives us the final opponent, who can be explained as having a greater advantage than Roshi because he's both comparable in strength to him, and he knows Goku a lot better, giving him a huge advantage. That someone, of course, is Grandpa Gohan. Following that is the next martial arts tournament, and despite everything else being the same, the feel and stakes of this tournament are drastically different than the last. This time, with real bad blood flowing and amazing new techniques flying about. The Master of the Crane School, a rival to the Turtle School, has been training a student for the sole purpose of defeating Master Roshi and his disciples once and for all. Goku is not just there to have fun like last time, and now we don't truly know the extent of this new foe's abilities. But we learn, and oh my god is it explosive.
What happened? Oh, where's the platform?
Following this, we yet again enter a whole new feeling with the resurrection of King Piccolo, and for the first time, the feeling of death looms in the air, as a saga about revenge and saving a conquered planet begins. Isn't it fun how we went from tournaments to saving the planet? Considering Goku seemingly lost due to luck against Tien in the last tournament, he's arguably already conquered his previous litmus tests with Roshi and Tien. But Dragon Ball does what it does best, and manages to find a new villain that still fits in this world of strong people. With that, the mold doesn't just shift, it breaks. Suddenly, Goku is no longer smiling, and the threat is now on Goku's life. He is able to win, but barely. The next saga combines the last two, with a tournament that has both bad blood flowing and the whole planet being at stake, with the son of the previous villain. We eventually have to fight what some call the transition from Dragon Ball to Dragon Ball Z. The adventure aspect of the series had slowly been dying out, and this fight changed the landscape of how Dragon Ball fights go from this point forward.
3 years ago!
There's just something so intense about the happy-go-lucky main character getting a hole blasted through his chest. It's kind of funny, even though I know Goku is going to be okay, seeing him get blasted time and time again like this always leaves me with this feeling of dread, much more than when any other show does it. By the end, when Goku is finally crowned World Martial Arts Champion, we have been through over 150 episodes over the course of a few years of Goku's life. We, the audience, grow up with him. We see his struggles, his triumphs. After 2 failed attempts at being crowned champion, where both times he was just a second short, and having a hole blasted through him, he finally achieves his goal of being crowned the strongest.
The winner of the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament is Goku! All right! Fantastic!
It would have been nowhere near as emotionally satisfying if Goku won the tournament on his first try by episode 12 by defeating some random baddie whose backstory we got the episode before. No, after investing so much time and sharing so much emotion, we were not looking to just be entertained. We wanted Goku to freaking win. And boy is that a satisfying feeling that you really cannot get in today's shows, because putting in all that time is a lot to ask.
I guess this is the end. That stings.
But as we all know, that was not the end of Goku's journey. What came next was an anime that defined its generation. Now we move to the true bearer of the worldwide phenomenon, Dragon Ball Z. And right from the beginning, it slaps us in the face and turns everything we know upside down, breaking the mold after it was just broken 2 sagas ago. This kid, with a funny tale, an ability that was never really explained to us, the boy turned into a man that we have followed for years, who now has his own family, is an alien. You don't understand the true scope of this. Hell, I don't understand the true scope of this because I started off with Z. I've spent a lot of time trying to wrap my head around how much of a shock it would have been, and I just can't do it. It fundamentally changes the entire show. Like I said before, it establishes that anything is possible, and yet still manages to amaze us and take us beyond their own conception of what anything is possible really means. It took Goku 150 episodes to be the strongest on his planet, and now we find out from his alien brother that this planet is considered weak, and there are many other threats across the galaxy. Like the brilliant work of art that it is, it took all that it had done up until this point to establish the strength of Goku and shatter it all, and we love it. This new threat is so strong that the two strongest warriors on the planet need to team up to defeat him, and oh my god, why is Goku's kid so strong out of nowhere? This means that maybe we can watch Gohan grow alongside Goku, and he is dead. What in the hell? Yes, we've still got the Dragon Balls, but it's the fact that Asian Superman got wiped out so easily and so humiliatingly right at the start of his new adventure that really shocks us. It's one thing for someone like Krillin or Yamcha to get stomped, but Goku? Now we know that two alien threats are on their way, and so begins the year-long training for all the Z fighters, including the last big bad, now training Goku's kid. If people would ask before Z came out what type of events they expected, not many would have said a dead Goku while his son is being trained by Piccolo. Every saga in which someone tries to predict what'll happen, they'll end up being wrong, every single time. So Goku is off training with the next level of God, sorry Kami. Everyone else is working hard, fast forward and the threat arrives. Now we have a fight to the death showdown in a way that we, yet again, have not actually seen in the series. I cannot stress enough just how wrong the concept of this series being predictable actually is. You just need to stop looking at everything in hindsight. So begins the fight, and we experience something new and truly terrifying. Of these two enemies, the weaker one single-handedly wrecks the entire defense of Earth. We have never seen a beatdown like this up until this point. If we had forgotten the new realm Raditz brought us into, with aliens who consider this planet puny and weak, Nappa definitely reminded us. He punches a dude's arm off, survives a Pokemon using self-destruct like it's nothing, takes Tien's strongest attack, which at this point is ranked as one of the strongest attacks in the entire show like it's nothing, and just dicks around with everyone until he gets pissed, tries to one-shot Gohan, but instead one-shots Piccolo, the son of the Demon King now turned Space Slug, who was supposed to be the personification of evil, sacrificing himself to save his arch-enemy's child. Something no character development. In comes Goku in the last-minute heroics that DBZ has straight up perfected, and he proceeds to amaze us yet again by single-handedly toying with Nappa. He took Nappa's strength gap, which is already a few deviations away from everyone else, and moves a few deviations away from even him. Never has the strength gap been so massive, and this is when it is solidified for all of us that this is the Goku Show. And in the next fight, the Goku Show has his body crushed. After the epic battle with Vegeta, where we got to see the classic Kaioken beatdown, with this iconic, medium-changing beam struggle. Goku could not pull it off. This Goku Show sucks. He needed the help of a bald midget, a fat guy with a sword, and a 6-year-old who can turn into a giant monkey to finally defeat this massive villain. Both of his new techniques that he learned from a deity, the Kaioken and the Spirit Bomb, while hitting their target, ultimately failed to bring him down. So with all that has happened, what is the next step to find stronger enemies?
Genetic and the Dragon Balls!
We are leaving the planet. Off we go to what many consider to be the pinnacle of all of Dragon Ball, The Namek Saga, and it's easy to see why. It's like Z kept everything that makes it Z and went back to its original Dragon Ball adventure roots. We have 4 different parties, all playing a mixture of Capture the 7 Flags and a cat and mouse game. We have the weak and helpless Earthlings who are just trying to run out the clock until their win condition arrives. The previous saga's villain, back and stronger than ever, fighting a multi-front war all by himself. The army of the strongest being in the universe, and the Namekians, hunted in their own way by everyone else. They all have their own strengths and weaknesses. The Earthlings can sense energy and have a Dragon Scouter, as well as not being hated by the Namekians, but they severely lack any firepower. Vegeta can now sense energy as well somehow, but is by himself and must rely on his wits as much as his muscle. But even he is limited with Frieza's army running around. Frieza and his men cannot sense energy but have scouters, and definitely has the most firepower by far. The Namekians are of limited strength, and 2 of the other teams don't care if they're all dead, but they know the locations of the balls as well as how to use them. Imagine once again being in the beginning of this scenario. Who will interact with who? What kind of schemes will one group use to get their hands on the Dragon Balls? How and when will they cross paths? Yet again, we are looking at the vast scope of anything can happen. The Namek Saga is not the only example, but it is the prime example of why this idea that DBZ was predictable was, frankly, bullcrap. No one knew how the Earthlings would handle Frieza's army, and we certainly did not expect Vegeta to come accidentally help. After so easily killing 2 minions,
Goodbye.
no one would have expected Vegeta to get bodied like he did against the freaking underling.
What the hell?
After he gets captured, the stereotypical DBZ would have him blasting his way out and fighting everyone to escape. Instead, he comes up with a scheme to distract the big bad and steal all the Dragon Balls.
No! No! He's pilfering my Dragon Balls right under our noses!
Out you go!
Nearly winning Capture the Flag after avoiding the big cat in the cat and mouse game. Frieza's army keeps showing us how much brute force just doesn't work in the saga. That is, until he summons even more brute force. Now previous big bad Vegeta must team up with our Earthling duo, but it's all for nothing. Our Earthling duo is finally given a chance to shine against one of the members of the elite Ginyu squad, but it is Vegeta that kills him in the end. After Vegeta gives one of the more vicious thrashings of the show, he in turn gets one of the more vicious thrashings of the show. Gohan ends up being our last hope, but we all know how that turned out. Everyone is down until Goku comes onto the scene. Let's take a brief moment and pause here. I think we can all appreciate that all the series of events, the events that many hold to be the best the series has to offer, is considerably full of things that don't fall into most people's stereotypes about the show. A constant back and forth, most people having to use their wits to survive, alliances, the backstory of the Namekians, the power-ups that proved to be essentially useless. Namek was truly a battlefield, and watching those individual pieces move filled us with a lot of delight. There's not many shows that can really pull off this battlefield-style approach. Hunter x Hunter is one of my favorite shows, but their Hunter exam arc, as positively awesome as it was nowhere near as clever or as unexpected as the supposedly simple Dragon Ball Z. One of the reasons for this is that Hunter x Hunter has its rules for the story laid out incredibly well, and we try to see what happens within that story. The power system of Nen is probably the best in all of Shonen, but in DBZ, like I said before, anything can happen. It's a trade-off. I would never want to see Hunter x Hunter try to become DBZ, and I hope DBZ never tries to solidify its power scaling in the way that Nen does. That's how we can get cool attacks that don't need a technical explanation, sudden moments that change the flow of events on a dime, and people can get turned into candy that fights back. Back to the plot, Goku comes in to save the day at the nick of time. which is something that, I'll just state this again, DBZ has perfected, and not a single anime even comes close to the feelings you get when Goku shows up on the scene. He is the hope when everything seems hopeless. Goku's dealings with the Ginyu Force showcase to us something that I think is rightfully viewed as a common DBZ trope. You reach new heights of power only for it to not matter soon after. He deals with everyone else easily enough, but when Captain Ginyu comes to the scene, he shows us his ability to steal people's bodies. And again, we are left with a series of what-if questions going in, such as can he use Goku's full power? Can the other three take him on? Will he steal another's body? How can Goku get his own body back? That ends with Ginyu switching with a toad of all things. More shenanigans happens, and we are finally met with the beginning of the end. The final fight with Frieza. Frieza is one of, if not the biggest villain in all of anime. He is also the prime example of how Akira Toriyama just loves to take tropes and turn them on their head. As we covered earlier, when protagonists keep looking like this, he makes them look like this. While everyone's all brooding and serious, we get this goofy little shit. Magical girdles transform into these beautiful fighters, but Toriyama gives us this train wreck. And when the villains keep being drawn as these big, hulking behemoths, our main villain is this calm, cool, collected midget floating around in a chair. From when we get the first glimpse of him in episode 44, there is a whole 33 episodes until episode 77 that this final fight happens. During this time, we see many forms of his tyranny.
You imbecile, you disposed of the only witness. Frieza?
There are a few things I despise more than a minion who takes it upon himself to make executive decisions. Zarbon, if Vegeta is dead, then prepare yourself to follow his example.
Either from direct acting like his dismantling of the Namekian nail,
That was quite rude of me, wasn't it? My apologies. You may have it back.
or from King Kai's desperate pleadings to avoid this monster at all costs.
Family, loved ones, the Earth itself, not to mention countless other worlds, would be at risk. So much as look at him wrong, and Frieza's wrath will engulf everything you, me, and anyone on our side holds dear. Just this once, you must leave well enough alone.
He has been getting built up for longer than most villains exist. The final boss of everything. The Emperor of the entire universe. We've seen some pretty nasty dudes in Dragon Ball, but no one who seems to just straight up torture people for fun like Frieza does. The pain and suffering of others isn't just a means, it's an end in and of themselves. And when he has his first and second horrifying transformations, he sends fear flowing through everyone. At his final transformation though, something strange happens. He stops being as horrifyingly grotesque. The power of art is nothing short of magic, where a simple line or two can change the entire feel and emotion that an image has. Everything we've seen so far from Frieza's army, especially with the transformations, has been bumpy, pointy, and just plain ugly. But this calm, smooth creature that has emerged, it breaks all our expectations yet again. From here, the fear just keeps on coming. But before we can even generate our own fear, Frieza helps us along by blasting a small child to death like it's nothing. But this has caused Gohan to have one of his classic rage-induced power-ups, one that has let him take on every villain so far, and just like that, he can do nothing. Hopelessness begins to grow inside us as well. All three of them cannot do a thing. And even when Vegeta squares off, despite the characters acting like they don't know what's about to happen, deep down, we all know. And all we can do is watch as Vegeta himself slowly realizes this, and we get to witness yet another brutal torture of the Prince of Saiyans.
How's that? Are you beginning to regret your foolish attempt to defy me?
When Goku arrives on the scene, it's almost bittersweet. Vegeta is decimated. Yeah, he might have gotten a Zenkai boost, but Vegeta got one. Piccolo fused and increased his power dramatically. Everyone has proven to be utterly useless against this monster. What could Goku possibly...
Oh shit!
Just like that, we are given that ray of hope in the darkness. It seems that Goku really has achieved the status of legendary Super Saiyan. The one that's been mentioned and repeated since he arrived on Namek, drilling it into us.
Wait! Has he actually done it? It couldn't be. No! That would be impossible! Kakarot, that low-class scum? There's no way someone like him could become a Super Saiyan! Could the legend really be true? Has Kakarot become a Super Saiyan? You're dealing with a real Super Saiyan! Yes, you heard me. The legendary warrior, even mightier than you. He stands before you now.
And Vegeta, the Saiyan Prince, meets his end. It is during his touching, gut-wrenching speech to Goku that things start to really feel different.
After we Saiyans served him faithfully, and blindly followed his every last order, he betrayed us. He disposed of our race like common trash, wiped us from existence, so that now we are all that remain.
They such feel real, in a way only the most over-the-top fiction can really pull off.
They're all gone. Your parents, my father, the king. We Saiyans were growing in strength and numbers, and Frieza feared that soon a Super Saiyan would be born among us. It terrified him. I'm begging you, please, beat him. For me, for the pride of our race, you must defeat him, please. He must die by a Saiyan's hand.
The legend of the Super Saiyan. The myth that caused this entire chain of events to happen. Sending baby Kakarot to Earth before Frieza destroys planet Vegeta. Goku and Vegeta's fathers murdered by this tyrant. Their entire race wiped out like it was nothing. Every battle, every interaction, all of it has led up to this moment. This mysterious kid that so many grew up with, whose life story unfolded in front of us. All his laughs, all his struggles, with his lovingly foolish goal of always fighting the strongest people he can, has led him to face off against the ruler of the entire universe. The strongest, the malicious, the tyrant, Frieza. From here, we get the longest battle in anime history, lasting 19 long, brutal episodes. This fight is longer than a modern-day season of a show. Some might say it went on for way too long. It dragged on. To an extent, that's true, I can see it. The original Z by this point did way too much to kill time, and this fight was one of the aspects that Kai made immensely better. But aside from that, remember, this is a saga, and for many people, it felt like the end of this incredible journey. As such, it deserved an epic ending. And frankly, it was just straight up fun. We get to see characters trying to mess with the other with funny rules like only using their legs, fun strategies like Goku's underwater blasts, Frieza's mysterious telekinetic powers, and so much else. But at some point during this fight, the fun stops. And that's when Frieza reveals, all this time, he has only been using a fraction of his power. When he boosts himself to 50% of his potential, it feels like the beginning of the end. I mentioned before that Dragon Ball uses its concept of anything can happen against us, and they used it to perfection here. Anything can happen, and because of that, you are forced to lose hope. We as the viewer cannot imagine what Goku can possibly do. He is beaten and pummeled like he was a small child. His power boosting technique, Kaioken times 20. All it's doing is making sure Frieza doesn't accidentally kill him as he toys with him. Even if he was to somehow bring that to Kaioken times 100, it's difficult to see that doing anything more than maybe making Frieza break a sweat. And it's still only half of his power. The Namekians are dead, which means no more Namekian Dragon Balls. There's no more Saiyans. King Kai isn't even pretending to have hope. No tricks to be pulled off. No Rage Boost. No Sensu Bean. Anything can happen, but it doesn't matter. All hope is nearly lost. Nearly lost. There is still one thing left to try. The Spirit Bomb. It didn't work against Vegeta, but it's the only hope we got. And even then it's a slim hope, with how much time this ultimate technique takes. But what else can we do? Goku starts charging the Spirit Bomb, hoping to God that Frieza doesn't notice. The remaining fighters come in and try to do what they can to buy Goku some time. However little that is. This planet barely has enough life in it to give what is needed. The surrounding galaxy is needed to finally bring down this tyrant. The ultimate evil needs to be brought down by the technique of the ultimate good. You want Goku to throw it so badly, but he keeps telling us not yet. It's not big enough yet. Not for this monster. Just when Frieza has had enough and is ready to pull the plug on everything, it's time. Goku throws his trump card. The strongest weapon. A galaxy-fueled Spirit Bomb. And it hits. It actually hits. Even Frieza is afraid of this thing. Even Frieza cannot stop it. He tries fighting back, using all of his strength that he has, but he keeps getting pushed and pushed. Finally, he hits the ground, and in one big explosion, it is over. He did it. Goku did it.
Goku has actually won! Frieza has been overpowered! Good has triumphed over evil! The bane of the universe is bested!
Goku's won? Come on, was there ever really any doubt?
From the pits of hopelessness, a miracle is born. Goku has defeated the universe's greatest nemesis. We are treated to that beautiful peace after the climactic battle, where the characters can finally smile again.
Well, guess it's time to go home, our heads held high. Might actually have a chance to live the dream. Huh? You're seriously gonna make me spell out what's at the top of my victory list, aren't you? A girlfriend. Huh?
But all this did was set us up. So when we finally got a chance to breathe a sigh of relief, Dragon Ball reminds us why doing such a thing is dangerous. Frieza lives. He's definitely injured, but he's doing a lot better than Goku. And just like that, what we thought was the bottom of the pit of hopelessness was really just a ceiling to the pit we didn't even know existed. Frieza is no longer wasting any time. He's not messing around anymore. Everyone dies, now! He tries to just take Goku out immediately, but Piccolo intervenes, getting taken out in the process. Next, Krillin is taken out.
Goku!
Just straight up blown to pieces, and he just laughs. From all this pain.
You ruthless!
From all this suffering.
Heartless bastard!
From all of this utter hopelessness.
I will make you suffer!
An event is born. One that has forever changed anime and manga as we know it. This is not someone that can be reasoned with. Not someone that can be forgiven. He will kill and he will destroy until there is nothing left. And he needs to be stopped once and for all!
What?
And thus, the legend is born. All this time, we were led to believe that Goku had somehow already achieved the status of a Super Saiyan. None of us expected anything as magnificent as this. The legendary warrior, born again after 1,000 years. Opinions be damned, this is the most iconic scene in all of anime, hands down. There is no other moment more recognizable, no other moment that shaped the entire medium like this. Aside from being a visual delight, whether intended to or not, this scene resonates something primal.
What are you?
You haven't figured it out yet. I'm the Saiyan who came all the way from Earth for the sole purpose of beating you.
Something outright mythological.
I am the warrior you've heard of in legends, pure of heart and awakened by fury. That's what I am.
Within us all, regardless of who we are or where we come from. When it seems like there is no hope left, out of the darkness shines the light of a savior. This little monkey boy, this primate, we watched his legend grow until that monkey gained his angelic aura.
I am the Super Saiyan Son Goku!
The tale that's as old as time itself, the ultimate evil being confronted by the light of the ultimate good. Time and time again, other anime and manga have tried to capture the essence of this feeling, the trope that has become all but ingrained into almost every battle shonen, the transformation. None of them can hold a candle to the first time Goku amazed everyone, child and adult alike. And the beatdown he proceeded to give, after so long, after so many episodes, after so many deaths, felt so satisfying. Even after Frieza achieved 100% strength, when the feeling of hopelessness tried to rear its ugly head.
Now, I understand if you're impressed, but I have a confession to make. That was a warm-up.
Goku assured us there is nothing to worry about.
What a relief. I was beginning to worry. That was as strong as you could get.
What better place for this fight to happen than on top of an exploding planet? What proceeds next is a systematic dismantling of Frieza. While everyone tries to figure out the little plans of what they're gonna do, Goku tells them no, leave me here. I will end this, because this is how it's meant to be. Finally, to round out these tales as old as time itself, the tyrant ends up falling on his own sword.
No, it can't be.
Even after Goku foolishly answers his desperate pleas, this monster does the only thing it knows how to do. It attacks Goku one final time, only to have it blown right back in his face. This is the perfect time to bring up again the importance of even just a few single lines in any character's art. No detail is ever too small. Which emotion do you think would best fit Goku here after he finally kills Frieza? Would it be anger that his last attempt at showing mercy and compassion was met by betrayal by the most evil creature he had ever witnessed? Or would it be sadness that even after all that, after everything Goku has seen in his life, there was a demon that just could not change? The subtlety in the eyes between the anime and the manga changed the entire course of emotion that flowed from this final act. Unfortunately, it was all too late. After the greatest evil has been defeated, Goku could not escape the exploding planet. After making sure Frieza could not escape, he fell to the fates. The ultimate sacrifice from the ultimate warrior to ensure that the universe finally knew peace. Except Goku wasn't dead, Frieza lives, and even more evil lurks just around the corner. There's a common prevailing myth that Toriyama intended to end the series after Frieza. Even I believed it for a long time, but it's not actually true. Yes, there was one interview that made it seem like he intended to end it there, but there's also several more that showed he was thinking past Frieza for a while before that saga ended. Thus, we get hit with the common DBZ question: what can possibly be next? After defeating the strongest being in the universe by transforming into a 1,000-year-old legend, what new villain could possibly emerge that could challenge Goku? I still remember the feeling 10-year-old me had when this mysterious stranger popped up out of nowhere and made mincemeat out of the cannon bottle. And then managed to break everything we had known and everything we came to expect yet again.
Hey, Frieza, you want to hear a secret?
happen to know that Goku isn't the only Super Saiyan. Matter of fact, you're looking at one.
What?
Anything can happen. Can you imagine the 3D crafting that people would have been doing if the internet was as prevalent back then as it is now? I still remember my own theory after I saw those episode previews that managed to spoil everything. Many Saiyans still lived, but were in hiding. When they heard another Super Saiyan was born, they would all come to challenge him. But alas, that was not the answer. Not only were we still dealing with the shock of another Super Saiyan to come out of literally nowhere, but he dealt with an even more powerful Frieza and his father like they were canon father themselves.
Hey, Frieza!
Ooh, you missed by a mile.
As if the random Super Saiyan wasn't mysterious enough, he even knew when and where Goku was going to land, down to the precise minute. They proceed to show us that it's not the size that counts, but how you use it that matters. Speaking of penis jokes, this genocidal murderer somehow managed to get it on with Bulma, the woman whose boyfriend he killed a year ago, and popped out Trunks, who has come from the future of all places. The bar has been raised, but the one who just raised the bar tells us that more enemies are on their way who have themselves set the bar too high for even a Super Saiyan. What do you do when you've killed off the strongest being in the universe? Twice? You build someone stronger. There's a lot of people who criticize this point. How can you just build creatures stronger than Planet Busters? But is it really that hard to imagine in the Dragon Ball universe? They already have physics-breaking technology in capsules, and the technology to time travel. These new androids exist by having just invented the Holy Grail, infinite energy. It's the classic man vs. machine, the powers of a human versus ever-evolving technology. Goku's reasons for being out of the fight in the future is a bit out there. Like I said, there's many criticisms for the show, and this to me felt just like a convenient way to get Goku temporarily out of the way and let others grow. Let's take some time to appreciate this brilliant plot device that Dragon Ball uses to close up many potential plot holes.
Hey, so guys, I've got an idea that just might work. Okay, if we can just find this Dr. Giro guy, maybe we can stop him. We don't even have to find him ourselves. Think about it. We could use the Dragon Balls. I'll bet Shenron knows where he is. After that, we just show up on his doorstep and make him stop.
If any of you so much as even think of doing that, you will pay dearly for it. Got that?
Have you lost your tiny mind? This isn't a game, you know that? If we lose everything! Goku, please tell me you're on my side!
Well, I actually kind of want to fight them too, to tell you the truth.
Fuck you, that's why. They're aware they can just go and destroy the lab, but they choose not to just so they can fight stronger opponents. That's one of the core aspects of Dragon Ball that separates it from most other shonen. The main goal is not peace or returning to a status quo. It is to find and fight the strongest people they can. These martial idiots are putting the fate of the planet at stake so they can take on a stronger challenge. I'm sure that would not be a problem going forward. And thus began 3 long years of training to get everyone ready for this threat. The androids appear, make their presence known, establish themselves as dangerous, and the action begins. We get the androids monologuing. Goku slaps their calculations in the face, and he rushes in to fight the fat robot. we get to witness what makes these villains distinct. They can absorb energy either by direct touch or from energy blasts. This is pretty big considering that since Z, every opponent has been beaten by an energy blast. Everyone conveniently forgets about Goku's deadly heart disease that is so bad even the OP Senzu Bean somehow cannot fix, and he is down for the count. And Android 19 just cleans up the mess. Goku's about to die. The next strongest fighter is taken out. Who can possibly be Goku's knight in shining armor?
No painted scrap heap steals my thunder. The pleasure of vanquishing Kakarot belongs to me.
Vegeta, apparently. But for him to be relevant again, we're going to need one hell of a one-liner.
I am curious. Are androids capable of feeling anything akin to real fear? This one too?
The Saiyan Prince has come back to reclaim his throne. What will this turn of events mean going forward? Are we to treat him as a hero or a villain? But before we deal with that, he must deal with the androids. His beatdown leaves no question as to who is stronger, and he disposes of 19 for good. When he faces off against Android 20, Vegeta shows one of the reasons he's so many people's favorite character: his intelligence in battle.
Vegeta sacrificed a significant amount of energy to win the fight. But he knew he had to draw the android in close. He removed the nodes on its palm so he could follow it up with a power blast and wipe him out. If the other one had taken the bait and responded to his goading, Vegeta almost certainly would have lost. But he played the situation to perfection and forced a retreat. When it comes to the art of battle, he truly is a genius.
These androids no longer seem like much of a threat. Even Piccolo has become strong enough to deal with these monsters.
You see, even if you had stolen all of my energy, it still wouldn't mean a thing. Not unless you know how to use it.
And here comes Trunks to back him up. Hey, Trunks, why do you look so confused?
No, that's an android? I've never seen anything like it.
Wait, what?
He's different too.
What do you mean these are not the droids you're looking for? Dragon Ball does it yet again, surprising us all with unexpected events. Since everything up to this point had been going according to what we had been told, we got lured into a false sense of security thinking that things will play out in certain DBZ predictable patterns. They were leading us by the nose only to flip it all on its head. We learned that Android 20 is actually Dr. Gero himself, and the true robotic menace has yet to be revealed. The actual androids awaken, revealing a considerably different design from the previous two. And yet again, we are thrown a twist. For some reason, a third android exists. One that not even Trunks knows anything about, and it's quickly shown to us just how dangerous these machines are.
You little brat! How dare you! Obey me!
Vegeta gets to test his abilities again, but despite being almost evenly matched at the start of the fight, perpetual energy shows how powerful you can be if you don't become tired.
It's what I feared. He's losing. Just watch. It's happening gradually, but it's obvious that the android is wearing him down. Look at her. Her power supply is infinite, but Vegeta is losing a little bit of stamina with every single move he makes.
and all that's left is devastation for everyone. Well, almost everyone. Goku can wake up anytime he wants, but it's not gonna matter. They're too strong. So what is everyone to do? Yet again, we are left with this feeling of hopelessness, wondering what can be done about these killing machines. Piccolo has an idea. Just when everyone thought it was the Super Saiyan show, Piccolo decides to become relevant again. This time by fusing with God. Or the Tier 1 God? Well, the lesser God. More like a guardian of Earth, who doesn't actually guard the Earth. But either way, he fuses once again to put up his own fight against the final villains, and what in the hell is that? We haven't even found a way to deal with the androids when Multiverse Theory swoops in and makes a mess of everything. Another time machine, carrying an even greater threat, one that can use everyone's techniques. This Lovecraftian horror show is Cell, a being even further into the future, and supposedly more deadly. We've got the androids that no one can do anything about, this new creature that is about as strong and can grow stronger by eating people, who can apparently combine with the other androids to reach a new level of awful. This is like if Frieza came to Earth in the Saiyan saga. The power gap is massive. I mentioned before that this whole series of events was the classic tale of man versus machine. Our Saiyan warriors have reached the pinnacle of their race, but these machines seem to have no limits. Vegeta expresses his concerns, and the attitude that you would expect from the Saiyan race.
Is technology superior to my strength? Am I limited by mere biology? No! I am Vegeta! I have no limits! Whoever my opponent, their might is nothing compared to mine! I will crush them! I promise you I will defeat them. And if Super Saiyan's not enough, I'll go beyond!
Beyond Super Saiyan? Is that even possible?
I'm sure Kakarot will do the same when he wakes up. Count on it.
It is not over. He just needs to find the way. Goku finally wakes up, and he himself has had the same unconscious inclinations as Vegeta. There's creatures that can beat us? Preposterous. There must be a level beyond. For many people, we are for the first time introduced to one of the most convenient plot devices in all of anime, the hyperplotic time chamber. Elsewhere, it is finally time for some more android action against the new and improved Piccolo. Man vs. Machine? How about God vs. Machine? Piccolo proceeds to give us one of the greatest battles in the entirety of Dragon Ball.
Are you even trying to hit me?
And it's one without a Super Saiyan in sight. And on that note of Super Saiyans, Cell shows up and unlocks his Super Saiyan genes. Maybe. Is this Super Saiyan? I mean, he glows like it and he's got a massive power boost, but no one in the show ever said it. Well, my headcanon is he went Super Saiyan, and I'm sticking to that for the rest of the video. It's plausible considering it was made official that Super Saiyan transformations happens in the cellular level. Back to the action. Cell annihilates both Piccolo and 17. It is time for the big man to step up and lay the smackdown. After some shenanigans, Cell is able to finally absorb 17 in a beautifully grotesque manner, and transform. If the androids were too much, Cell and 16 were a level beyond that, and now Semi-Perfect Cell is another level beyond even that. In comes Vegeta and Trunks looking absolutely ripped. Thanks to the hyperplastic time chamber, Vegeta has managed to discover some new tricks to the Super Saiyan transformation. No one's seen a transformation in 1,000 years, and leave it to the Prince to discover that there is something even more to this form beyond the legend.
Dad really has gone beyond Super Saiyan.
The strength gap that hovered above our heroes is now but a fleeting memory as Vegeta mops the floor with Semi-Perfect Cell.
Is awesome! I don't know what kind of training he did, but whatever it was, it sure worked.
Using Vegeta's arrogance against him, he convinces him to let him absorb 18 before they continue their fight. And thus, the nightmare evolves. The ultimate organic creation, born from the mixed DNA of the strongest fighters in the universe, combined with the most advanced technology on the planet 30-some years from now. The best of man with the best of machine. All rolled into one perfect cell. The fight with Vegeta goes about how you would expect.
I am Super Vegeta, and I will not be trifled with!
Whoa! He nailed him! What? I put all my energy into that kick.
When it comes to fighting, I know I can't compete with you Saiyans. But one thing I can do, I can still sense power levels with the best of them. I'm telling you, the power we're sensing right now is only a drop in the bucket. No, a drop in the ocean. And any second, he could kick open the floodgates.
And we are treated to one of the most badass scenes in all of anime. What DBZ does to solidify the feeling of hopelessness is they don't just show the villains being awesome. Instead, they show that the very peak of the heroes is not enough.
Here! If you have the guts to put it to the test, let's see if you're perfect enough to withstand this!
For Cell, it was choosing to take Vegeta's shot head-on. The planet itself shakes and crumbles from the sheer might. Vegeta's ultimate technique.
Final Flash! my perfect form! I don't believe it! Not by a Saiyan!
No, seriously. Cell gave us yet another barrier that we must overcome. His sheer might is beyond anything our heroes can comprehend, and even if he just stands around to get blasted by your ultimate technique, it still would not be enough. From the beginning of the Android saga, everything seemed like a game of just become stronger and you'll do fine. But really, all of these chain of events have been an exercise in futility. The first androids can absorb your energy blasts and your life energy too, so you can't just blast them. 17 and 18 have infinite energy, and we saw at the start of the 18 vs Vegeta fight, they were not that far off in ability, it's just that Vegeta could not keep up with his relentless assault. And now with Cell, even if you could blast him in a way that would kill anyone else, it would not work on him. But Vegeta was not the only one in the time chamber.
Go, Trunks! What the heck are you waiting for? It's now or never. Get down there or Vegeta's gonna be toast for sure!
Trunks amazes everyone with this mind-bending strength. He was even more powerful than Cell. But that still did not matter, because his lack of experience showed, and he was simply too slow to hit Cell.
What's going on? I don't understand! Why can't I hit him?
You can come at me all day and you'll never touch me. What happened to showing me the true power of a Saiyan? This has all just been screaming and flexing of muscles.
He had plenty of power, but lacked in martial arts.
It makes for an impressive display, certainly, but if your opponent has any kind of speed... worthless. Honestly, I thought anyone calling himself a warrior would understand that much. Your father certainly did.
Martial arts has always been about a weaker fighter being able to defeat a stronger foe, and we just got Whiplash back into that reality. DBZ has always had martial arts in it, it's just not as upfront about it in the Z series. Sure, you want to get stronger, but blind strength is not enough. It's never been enough. And Cell shows us that. So where can the series go from here? Goku is away in the hyperplotic time chamber, and even if he doubled Vegeta's strength, it would not be enough to take this monster down. Vegeta is knocked out, and Trunks has given up. Then Cell pulls off what is probably the cockiest move in the entire history of Dragon Ball.
If you had more time, could you get even stronger? Could you?
Maybe. I don't know. What difference does it make? And why would you even ask something like that?
Just exploring a few possibilities.
He is so much stronger than everyone that he gives them 10 full days to prepare for his resurrection of the World Martial Arts Tournament, which he has named the Cell Games. Each main big bad had their own feel in Dragon Ball Z. Frieza was a sadistic, scheming tyrant. Buu was the personification of mindless, primal evil. And Perfect Cell was the elegant but cocky martial artist, who is so much better than you that he will go out of his way to let you prepare to take him on.
No! Just wait! First explain to me why you're really doing this. The truth, Cell, your real objective. I just don't see what you hope to gain. This has to be some kind of trick, right? Otherwise, it doesn't make sense.
Must you always be so suspicious? I will hold the tournament simply to showcase the power of my perfect form. And I also hope to draw out a challenger who can actually test my limits. I have no particular objective beyond that. I'm not interested in such vulgar pursuits as world conquest. Even the purpose for which I was originally created, the defeat of Goku for Dr. Gero, at this point it just seems trivial. You might say my only goal now is to enjoy myself.
After all this time of everyone trying to hunt down and kill Goku, we got ourselves someone who hits the brakes on all of us and says, okay, I'll wait. Take your time. I want you at your best before I kill you. There is no overarching plot, no schemes, no Dragon Balls. Just a simple, pure motivation of proving that he's a better martial artist than you. And for the saga that is Dragon Ball, we always have the good guys with that goal, with the motivation to want to be the strongest around. How refreshing is it that we now have a villain that turns that around on us, continuing the idea that every villain is distinctly different. We are given another surprise, with Goku and Gohan leaving the time chamber considerably early, even saying they don't need to bother going in a second time. What happened in there to have Goku in such a state? Does it have anything to do with the fact that he and Gohan are able to maintain the Super Saiyan transformation permanently now? Why is it that after Gordon said Cell is still stronger, Goku acts like it's nothing? The androids and Cell sagas are just a lovely delight of mystery and unanswered questions. Gohan feels up an underage girl and we are off to the Cell games where we are introduced to the strongest man alive outside the Z Fighters, Hercule. With this, we have Dragon Ball's attempt at explaining how everyone suddenly forgot about all the amazing things that took place before this saga. From the feats we saw at the previous martial arts tournaments, which include blowing up the moon, to the Demon King taking over the entire planets like what, 10 years ago? Vegeta and Nappa wrecking everything was just 4 years ago. Yeah, from when they arrived on Earth to the events on Namek, that was just a couple of months. Goku returned a year later, then 3 years of training for the androids. And Hercule explains all of it with, it's just a trick. It's difficult for me to analyze this critically because, honestly, I'm not a fan of this. And this is an example, I think, that even for the story like Dragon Ball, that casts so many things aside in terms of story structure and continuity, there are still points that just don't feel like they fit. The planet isn't filled with a mentally handicapped populace. For everyone to think that it's all just a trick, despite how many hundreds if not thousands of people firsthand witnessed everything, is just too much of a stretch. Back to the Cell games, we finally get our major showdown. This is the first time Goku has fought since Android 19, and the first time he has fought at full strength since Frieza. Let me put this another way, one of Dragon Ball's nicknames is the Goku Show, because Goku does everything. The last time we saw a non-diseased Goku fight was episode 106. He begins fighting Cell in episode 177. That's 71 episodes with minimal Goku action, with only one real episode of him fighting a baddie. During this time, we get to see Vegeta steal the show many times, Trunks makes me question my sexuality, Piccolo gets in on the action in 3 different fights, and even Tien gets a shining moment. And Krillin's it up for the one job he had. But onto the Cell games, and we get a dazzling fight between Goku and Cell. And let me tell you, when I was a young lad, I was glued to my screen with everything. The way they capture so many good elements of a fight scene, from clever use of techniques to straight up face-shattering blows of rage. It was beautiful. And in true Dragon Ball fashion, they managed to raise the stakes with Cell blowing up the arena. Despite the audience knowing that this was a fight to the death, Cell blowing up the ring and turning into, well, a fight to the death, somehow made it even more of a fight to the death. This also helped emphasize in their minds that we are looking at a battle that can only end in one way now, which is used beautifully against us. And speaking of beautiful, you know it, you love it, the strategically brilliant MVP move of the entire fight. Goku's face burning with rage. At first people think he's bluffing, but as he gets at the final stages of his planet-ending Kamehameha, even Cell is freaking out. As tension builds and their butt cheeks clench, we see something we did not even know was possible, but can still believe it.
No, you wouldn't dare!
The instant transmission Kamehameha! We've never seen Goku do it without the finger trick, but who's to say he needs it for both an opponent and a location that's right in front of him? I have to be honest, between Goku and Gohan in this final fight, I feel like there's more memorable scenes than there was against Frieza. Maybe not as high as quality, but still saying something. Of course, like true Dragon Ball fashion, each final boss has at least 3 stages. Goku managed to clear stage 1, but used up almost all of his mana before going on to stage 2. And yes, they managed to break their own rules with Piccolo cells and how his head needed to be intact. That is certainly a flaw and a continuity break, but with Dragon Ball, we're at least able to roll with it. So begins stage 2, and the fight intensifies. But Goku is weakened, everyone can see it. He just doesn't have any juice left.
I know it's hard to believe, Bulma. Goku is looking tired, and I think he knows he can't win the tournament either. I don't know what he's planning, but whatever it is, he'd better do it soon.
He's getting weaker and weaker. What can Goku possibly do in this situation?
But he won't be able to keep this up.
No question about it. He's not going to win.
He does what he always does. He does the unpredictable and catches everyone off guard.
I'm done!
Wait, what?
Let's call it here. Now that I've sized up your strength, it's pretty obvious that I can't win. I'm throwing in the towel!
Yes! He gives up. What in the hell is this? The final hope of humanity, who is known for his unrealistic level of never giving up, says to the main villain, nope, you win. Dragon Ball strikes again. In a show where anything can happen, it still surprises us all. And not to be outdone with the unexpectedness, he calls upon Gohan of all people to finish the job for him. And even gives Cell a goddamned senzu bean to make the audience either gasp and hold it in surprise, or burst out laughing at the stupidity and brilliance of it all. After hundreds of episodes and a multitude of incredible feats and vicious foes, it is time for Goku to give the new generation a chance. What does he know that the rest of us don't? We've seen Gohan have explosions of power in the past, but this is different. It'll take more than a quick explosion of anger to win, and it doesn't help that Gohan is not really a fighter. I mean, he fights, but he takes after nobody in his immediate or extended family. Gohan is an enigma in this world of powerful fighters, all trying to either be the best or kill someone because reasons. Unlike his father, he just wants a life of peace.
Look, why are we fighting? There's no point. We can just stop.
And he only fights to protect that peace.
Look, I'm giving you the chance to end this without violence. I really don't want to kill you. Even if you are evil, you can still walk away. I'm not interested in fighting you just for the challenge. My dad's the one who cares about that stuff.
It's a child separated from the violent stupidity of his adults.
For as long as I can remember, whenever I got real mad, things would happen around me I couldn't explain. Crazy things. See, I can't explain it, but whenever I lost my temper, something snapped and this hidden power I didn't even know I had came surging out. And now that I'm a Super Saiyan, if I were to lose control like that, there's no telling how powerful I'd become. I think that's the reason why Dad picked me. He knew, if this battle pushes me over the edge, chances are I'll destroy you.
Let's say for the sake of argument, it's true. You have huge reserves of power. Well, I'm just the sort who wants to see them firsthand!
Cell does his best to draw out this hidden latent power seemingly inside Gohan.
That's right. Show me this awesome power I should be worried about. Teach me a lesson I won't soon forget.
All the while, Daddy watches his son being tortured. At this point, even we as the audience question Goku. All we start to feel is just pity. After a failed suicide bombing, to the Cell Juniors, which, let's be honest, was outdated even for Dragon Ball from the conception down to the ridiculous battle strength. To the Z Fighters all being beaten to within an inch of their life, we are given one of the most important and well-known speeches in all of anime from Android 16.
Gohan, listen to me. There are some foes who cannot be reasoned with.
While most other anime speeches feel like they're trying to be cool and fill in the trope,
you are allowed to fight on the side of justice. Seize upon your anger. Wield it like a weapon. I understand your reluctance, but holding it in is pointless.
this message that some people just cannot be reasoned with, that for some people, the only way to deal with them is through violence and violence alone, and that doesn't make you a bad person if you're trying to protect what you love. It hits much different than those generic power of friendship speeches we get from so many other shows.
Gohan, I love the animals and everything about nature. Protect them. For me. They need you.
From there, we get one of the most iconic moments in the entire show, in all of anime even. All that anger, all that frustration, the hidden latent power that we have caught glimpses of for over 180 episodes. From Raditz, to Nappa, to Vegeta, to Frieza. Over 180 episodes of this inner rage boiling over finally ends with a snap.
And I won't watch this anymore!
Gohan.
And it's time for Gohan to become the main character. It felt like we have been waiting for this very moment since Gohan landed at Flying Headbutts all those years ago. That's why this second power-up did not feel shoehorned in. It didn't feel cheesy. It felt like it belonged. It felt right. Here he is, the fully realized Gohan. What follows is a sheer annihilation of Cell. We, as the audience, are left with no question as to who is in charge here.
What?
Gohan is in full rage mode. He has snapped in a way that we have not seen any other good guy do so.
Gohan, remember why we're here! It's time to finish this!
What? You're joking, right? I'm not letting him off that easy. First, he's gonna suffer the way he made everyone else suffer.
What was that?
Is that really Gohan talking?
He is straight up trying to make the villain suffer before he kills him, and that rage comes back to haunt him. Cell, through otherwise bullshit means, has returned to his previous version, and this previous version had a system in place where he could explode and take this whole planet with him. Why couldn't Toriyama just include that in his final form? I don't know, but anyway, Gohan's bloodlust has cost the Earth. There is nothing for this child to do now, but we are not entirely without hope. We still have one more hero.
Sorry, I've thought this over, guys. And any way you slice it, there's only one surefire way to save Earth.
And that would be what?
Goku.
Goodbye, my friends.
With his final goodbyes, Goku wishes his friends farewell and ends this nightmare.
Why, Dad?
In true Dragon Ball fashion, this was not the final stage of the boss fight. A single cell managed to survive, and he was reborn. Toriyama's running out of ideas really begins to show here, as his cells somehow get mixed in with Goku's, and because of that he learned instant transmission. I can't even begin to make sense of it. To top it off, with the Saiyan Zenkai boost, he himself unlocked Super Saiyan 2 transformation in his cells. Although at this point it's not considered Super Saiyan 2, but thought of as Gohan's hidden latent power finally unlocked. Cell comes back with a bang, taking out Trunks, and unlocking Vegeta's Super Father form. It was all for naught, and set us up for the situation of Gohan getting severely injured before the final confrontation. And the final confrontation is a showdown of the very first energy technique that Goku learned, the Kamehameha. The Kamehameha is as iconic as the Super Saiyan transformation. It wasn't the first anime to use energy blasts. Hell, Ki Blast goes as far back as Journey to the West, and probably before that. It all started out as Master Roshi's signature technique, the one that took him 50 years to develop, with Goku getting on his first try. Since then, there's been an endless array of energy blasts, of all different shapes, sizes, and colors, all coming out in various ways. But only one holds the crown for the most attempted anime move, and that is the white and blue beam of energy that we all know and love. It is probably the most basic technique out of any we have seen. Say the name of the technique that is both unnecessary and must be done every single time, and blast it forward. Yet despite, or maybe because of, its simplicity, we have seen the Kamehameha be used in an impressive amount of different ways. We have the regular Kamehameha, Max Power Kamehameha, Instant Transmission Kamehameha, Kamehameha from the feet, underwater, Bendy Kamehameha, blasting a Kamehameha into the ground to propel yourself up, into the air to propel yourself towards an opponent, to have a beam struggle, make cool waves, Team Kamehameha, Kamehameha featuring Dante from the Devil May Cry series. Nearly every opponent Goku has faced has had one blasted at him. He's even had a few friendly blasts thrown his way too. But this is the first time we have had a villain aim at one of our heroes. A Kamehameha at full power. One that, if left unchecked, has enough juice to explode the entire solar system. In this epic struggle, we again have drastically different scenarios surrounding this fight that we have not seen in others. This would be the first fight with a major villain that a Kamehameha was used to defeat, not counting the times when it was used to propel Goku's body. This epic beam struggle was not the only confrontation going on here. We also have the desperation of the rest of the fighters futilely trying to help Gohan, the son of their savior and best friend Goku, in any possible way they can.
No, Gohan. I'm not going to let you die all alone out there. You were the first person who ever saw me as anything but a monster, and I'm proud to call you my friend.
Yeah, back in the old days, I so would have given up by now. I guess it's Goku and Gohan's fault I'm like this. Thanks to those two, now I don't know when to quit.
Goku, you've been my inspiration as a martial artist for as long as I can remember. Everything I am now, I owe to you. And how did I repay you? I stood there and watched you die. I will not make the same mistake with your son!
Hey, buddy, that kid of yours is pretty incredible. Every bit his father's son, and I really mean that. But I'm going all out, doing right by him!
But aside from the physical struggle of the Kamehameha clash, we also have Gohan's internal struggles.
It's no use. He can't win. Cell has so much power at his disposal. Please, forgive me, Dad. Earth is doomed and it's all my fault!
Thank God Goku was able to give one last helping hand, and give Gohan the confidence he needs to fight. He talks him through his emotional struggles.
What's wrong? There's way more power in you! Why are you holding back?
I'm not good enough. I'm just the same weak little crybaby I've always been. It's true, Dad. I'm sorry. Just
saved my life and our friend's life so many times, and you're going to do it again, right now! Gohan, if anywhere in your mind you're holding back because you're worried about the planet, forget about it! Any damage you do to Earth can be fixed with the Dragon Balls, so don't hold anything back! Got it?
He helps him become the savior the Earth needs. When everything appears just like it won't be enough, the saving blast from Vegeta comes flying in, distracting Cell just enough for Gohan to unleash all of his might, all of his rage, in the single blast.
This can't be!
It's over.
Gohan has finally defeated Cell. The torch has been passed, and the Earth has a new savior. Goku is gone. Gohan is the new protector of Earth. And Vegeta, witnessing this selfless act, vows never to fight again. And we all know how all of that turned out, but the surprises keep on coming, as Goku wishes to not be brought back to Earth. He keeps bringing trouble and decides it will be better for him to stay dead, which is not a move anyone expected, and with this, the final chapter of the Cell Saga comes to a close. This part is not going to be like the others. The Saiyaman Saga, up until the end of the Buu Saga, is the least popular and most criticized part of the entire Dragon Ball story, and for good reason. Akira Toriyama has been writing for 15 years at this point. His ideas began to become more convoluted and contrived. Important aspects were forgotten, but that is not to say the entire saga could be done away with. And I'll look to focus on what Dragon Ball continues to get right, even through the train wreck that was this whole saga. We begin with Gohan's adventures as the Great Saiyaman. I'll be honest, as a kid, I hated this part. I wanted to see tough opponents and cool explosions, not this cringy stuff. But looking back, I realized just how vital this arc is, and why many more shonen need stuff like this. Dragon Ball Z, ever since Raditz arrived, has been almost a non-stop roller coaster. Raditz arrives, everyone immediately starts preparing for the Saiyans. After Vegeta leaves, everyone immediately starts plotting how to get to Namek to get the Dragon Balls. All of the Namek saga happens. They arrive on Earth for a little bit of peace, only to have Frieza swing on by, and the threat of the androids is introduced. 3 years of training for the foreseeable threat. Then the events between Androids 19 and 20 and Cell getting his perfect form take place in only a matter of days. Aside from being the best, what the hell is everyone fighting for again? Oh yeah, peace, laughter, joy, being able to have a family, enjoy the sunshine. Beyond these legends exists a world that keeps on turning, with people who have everyday problems, loves that begin to blossom, and everything that the heroes fight to protect. Talking about it is one thing, actually seeing it is another. We are introduced to Goku's second child, Goten. This is important for the narrative of an epic saga. Saying time flows by is one thing, as is having the cliché time skip. But to have a second child in that time skip makes everything in the fantasy feel so real. People say Dragon Ball is full of cliché stuff, but in reality, we never go back to some stationary status quo. Jumping off that, Goten and Trunks going Super Saiyan. Clear case of Toriyama messing up. The 4 other Saiyans' transformations all make sense, being driven to the brink of their limits and their sanity to cause the transformation to occur. These kids just being able to do it makes no sense. For Goten, you can make the argument that Goku did the dirty while in Super Saiyan form, so genetics or something. But there's nothing you can really say about Trunks. Maybe after Vegeta transformed, he went back to Earth to celebrate by knocking out Bulma, and Super Saiyan sperm got passed along. That's about as much of a headcanon as I can come up with. I'm not really feeling the whole S-cells they try to shoehorn in. It's like Saiyan metachlorians. So after our fun adventures with the Great Saiyaman, introduction to Goten and Videl, and the episode that made every single one of us try to fly and make energy between their hands, we get our next point of interest. The World Martial Arts Tournament, and Goku coming back for a day. Vegeta gets his final shot at Goku. Families reunite. Everything is happy, until things get real.
She needs to drop out, now. Something's not right about him.
I've seen enough! This match is over!
This man is the Supreme Kai, which, in case you're wondering, puts him above everyone else in the universe.
Dragon Ball continues its never-ending ability to keep us guessing, since anything can happen. Everyone was led to believe that these two were going to be the next villains of the series. Just look at this smirky bitch. But as we quickly find out, this smirky bitch is actually the Supreme Kai, which is now, level 4 on the God scale? And a new evil is emerging. We are once again brought to the question, after the strongest being in the universe, and the created strongest being from the future, how do you find a villain to challenge Goku and friends? You went forward last time, this time you go back to our primordial time. A creature made up of pure, raw evil, sealed away for thousands of years, now set to be resurrected. One thing that the saga had going for it was its sheer brutality. First, we see the villains utterly manhandle Videl in a devastating beating. Later on, this wasn't shown in the anime, but in the manga, we saw a family literally torn in half by the bad guys to take their space. Babidi just straight up blows up his henchmen with his mind. And the threat of the Demon King, the strongest being brought over from a different realm of existence, lets us know he means business by blowing up God's assistant. And spitting on the cannon fodder to get them out of the way. So we have a primordial evil whose power makes God afraid, a wizard who can just blow you up with his mind, and an interdimensional demon king who can kill you just by spitting on you. Threats are being established, and the Saiyans just don't care.
But I'm afraid that it requires Deborah being defeated.
That works for me. A problem with a simple solution, just how I like it.
This is one of the best little things this saga has done. These Saiyans have been through grueling, world-ending events, with some of the most intense training imaginable, fighting beings from every corner of the universe, and from multiple timelines, achieving legendary transformations, and overcoming everything put in front of them. It would feel quite anticlimactic if with every saga, you tried to do away with all that the Saiyans have strived for all this time. And they set this up beautifully, making the evil wizard, Satan, and even the Supreme Kai himself look upon them in awe of their might. The challenges that shocked the Supreme Kai and surprised the Buddha for needing to go so far are brushed aside like they're nothing. This does an excellent job of reminding us just who these Saiyans are, and these peasants that are supposed to be the scourge of the universe are but measly cannon fodder for our mighty heroes. So how can we keep these unbelievable warriors from stopping the bad guys before Majin Buu is released? We turn one of them against the others.
All right, it's time I put an end to this mockery.
Now hold on just a second. It's not like Gohan's already lost or anything, so that means it's still his turn.
I don't care. I'm not here for this.
During Gohan's fight with the Demon King, the Buddha noticed something that changed the tide of battle.
That's right, these fools don't interest me. You're what I'm in this for, Kakarot.
You'll be pleased to know that one of the three has a heart pumping with pure evil. Evil enough, in fact, that turning him over to our side should be child's play.
It's high time we put this nonsense to bed. I want to settle the score between us for good. Can't believe I let it go on for so long. Babidi, Deborah, Majin Buu, I'll roast them all along with this ship!
If you reawaken him, nothing will survive. Do you understand me? Nothing. Earth will be transformed into a barren wasteland. Every single living creature will be wiped out.
So what? You think the Earth's fate weighs on me? Let it die for all I care! It's never been my home!
Oh, he's not like the others at all. An excellent call, Deborah. His heart's as black as coal.
This one didn't come here to fight the good fight, did he?
No.
Wait, no! It can't be! Vegeta, please! Keep control! Babbidi's exploiting your negative emotions to make you his puppet! No, don't! He's beyond hope.
The Dark Prince returns. Stamped with the now iconic symbol, Vegeta has now become a weapon for the enemy, and Babidi transports them to the worst possible place.
Brace yourselves! There's no telling where he'll transport us!
Are we back at the tournament?
As the audience, we don't know yet to what extent Vegeta has regressed back to his old ways. He lets us know quickly what his intentions are, and to no one's surprise, it is to fight Kakarot one final time. He even brushes aside Babidi's orders.
That's right, Vegeta! Time for you to be a good henchman and do my bidding. Sap their energy until they're drained, then bring it back to me!
Silence! I am here for Kakarot! The others are beneath me!
Vegeta, you didn't.
But we find out quickly that Vegeta is not fucking around.
No!
Look out!
I wouldn't try to get out of it. Not unless you want me upping the body count by a few hundred more.
Goku has gotten the message. He has seen enough. Vegeta has turned back into the very monster he used to be. Supreme Kai steps in to make another plea to stop this. Unfortunately, he has no clue whatsoever what he stumbled into.
Who are you people? Don't you see the universe matters more than your meaningless squabble?
Meaningless, huh? What do you know of meaningless?
Vegeta is an enigma that people will have various levels of understanding for. On one hand, he can be seen as one-dimensional, being the angry guy who just wants to be the best. What adds upon him more layers than most other archetypes like him is the reasons for why he's so angry and why he wants to be the best. Having your entire race of people that you are supposed to lead wiped out to just a handful, then being led around as a slave by a creature far too powerful for you to oppose.
Vegeta, you have to listen to me. It was Frieza that ordered it all! To have your father killed, and to blow up our home planet! I already knew that. What, you knew? But how can you obey Frieza when you know what he's done to us? So he killed my father, destroyed my people. That means nothing to me now. Strength is the only thing that matters in this world. Everything else is just a delusion for the weak. There's only one certainty in life. A strong man stands above and conquers all! I know how strong Frieza is. There's no way I can beat him now.
In a world where the only thing that matters is your own strength, Vegeta constantly sought after that strength, only to be pushed aside at every step. He couldn't stand up to Frieza. He wasn't even good enough to be in Frieza's private elite army. If that wasn't enough, being unable to put away someone low class like Kakarot, someone who wouldn't even be fit to shine your boots if your race was still alive. You come to Namek only to be shown that despite all the growth you have made, you still can't even stand up to the Ginyu Force, let alone dare and your master. After all those trials and tribulations, even going as far as having someone blast a hole in you just for the sake of getting that sweet, sweet Zenkai boost, only to be utterly powerless against the demon who has controlled your very existence from the moment you were born. The only thing you can do is pass off the responsibility for avenging your people to the low-class shoeshine boy who has not just surpassed you, but has achieved the highest level that your race can possibly achieve, the legendary Super Saiyan. As if that is somehow not enough, you discover that somehow there is another Super Saiyan, another being who has surpassed you, and you don't even know why. You are haunted by this reality, by always being upended and replaced. It's not like you don't deserve it. You work, and you train, and you strive, pushing yourself to your limits, knocking on death's sword, all for the sake of being able to surpass Kakarot. The amount of loathing and self-hatred Vegeta felt inside him was what made him snap and finally achieve the legendary status. Finally, after all this time, he achieved this level and has become the strongest being in the universe. But that universe seemed to be playing a cruel joke, as it took it all away and had him beaten silly by a couple of bratty teens. As you put yourself through hell one more time to become the best, that moment is short-lived, all brought upon by your own foolish arrogance. By the end of it all, not only could you not surpass your number one goal in Kakarot, but his own child has now surpassed you in strength. Slowly, all that has given your life purpose and meaning gets eroded away.
Today I was outdone by father and son alike. Damn you, Kakarot! Your death was to come at my hands! I shall never fight again.
The world where strength was the only thing that mattered no longer existed. Your entire race has become nothing more than some distant memory as you settle down, have a family. Yet despite all that, there's only one thing you know how to do, only one thing that you're any good at, and that is training. So you spend 7 years non-stop in training, and you don't even know why. There's no more threats, Kakarot is gone, but what else can you do? Then, with a miracle, Kakarot comes back for a single day, and you're given the opportunity, the galactic tease, of being able to fight him once more. All those memories, those feelings, the reason for your very existence comes flooding back. And the fates seek to choose this day out of all days to throw a curveball and take it all away from you.
I don't care who needs our help! I didn't sign up for this idiotic tournament to solve other people's problems for them! I'm here to defeat you in one-on-one combat once and for all!
But would it even matter? In a flash, you were reminded of the same old story, told time and time again. You cannot beat him. He is always one step ahead. It's been more than 10 years since your humiliating defeat, and you have never, not once, had the chance to redeem yourself. And as things go now, it looks like you'll never be able to. So when you are given the opportunity that is given to so many people in history so many times over, a chance to make a deal with the devil himself, you take it.
Babidi! Move us to some place where there is no one around! I'll give Vegeta the fight he wants, but not here!
Goku has made his decision, and nothing will stop him.
Stand down! I will not be party to this foolishness. If you want to fight him, you'll have to get through me.
Nothing. Even Vegeta is shocked that Goku would dare raise a hand at effectively God. This situation has gotten out of the hero's hands, out of Divinity's hands.
I understand now.
Alrighty then. Guess you can fight somewhere else. Pa-pa-da-pa-pa!
Huh? What?
This is more to your liking, I trust. Yeah.
Supreme Kai decides he and Gohan will deal with Babidi and Dabura while the other two fight.
Hey, Vegeta, this is your master. Kill the two of them for me. Do it now!
Vegeta has sold his soul, and nothing will stop him.
Vegeta, what are you waiting for? Kill those meddlers, that's an order! Yes, do it now! Kill them all!
Nothing.
Hell no!
What?
Fighting Kakarot's all I care about! I am not some weakling to be ordered around! I am a Saiyan! It will take more than head games to stop me. You may have invaded my mind and my body, but there's one thing a Saiyan always keeps! His pride!
If you fought that off, you must want to settle the score pretty badly. Right, Vegeta?
The stage is set. No more distractions. Goku vs. Vegeta.
So if it's alright with you, let's just skip the warm-up.
By all means. I just hope that being dead this long hasn't made your body fragile.
Impressive! You're stronger than Gohan was against Cell.
So maybe this fight isn't going to be quite as easy as I thought.
You see? This is our fate! Our battle!
Oh, Vegeta, what has happened to you?
I trust you'll have no more excuses.
None.
At last, I will pay you back for every indignity.
Every breath you take is an assault to my honor. I will not live my life as your second.
I don't understand. You've never allowed anyone to help you before in your life. Why start now? Why Babidi?
Because I wanted him to reawaken the evil in my heart. I just wanted to go back to being the person I was before! I wanted to go back to being the cold-blooded Saiyan I'd been in the beginning! The one who didn't care about anything except besting you in one-on-one combat! I wasn't happy! I didn't realize it at first, but all of you had made me too peaceful. You had domesticated me. I suddenly had a family of all things. And it didn't feel so terrible. But surrendering to Babidi's magic was a price I was willing to pay if it meant I could be my old self again.
No! Wait a sec! I'm sensing a huge source of energy. Majin Buu has finally been freed. There's no doubt about it.
As the most popular fight in Z unfolded, at an unknown distance away, the ball is hatched. Initially, it seems like something went wrong, but our first clue at the unbelievable powers of regeneration of this creature is that it formed itself from smoke. The ultimate incarnation of evil is... this. Every chance he gets, Toriyama looks to subvert the normal tropes of what a villain looks like. And this is by far the biggest subversion we have had in Dragon Ball. This fat, Pink Goofball is supposed to be the menace that Supreme Kai fears so much? Maybe Vegeta is right.
There you stand, looking all worried about him, when he hasn't given you a single reason to be scared. You're just buying into the hype.
Shin has been in awe of their might ever since this mess began. Maybe it really is that Boo was a tailor thousands of years ago, but now it's nothing more than a joke. Even Dabura questions this pudgy creature. Unfortunately for him, we managed to get our first glimpse of the power of this monster.
You're just a bag of hot air.
Nothing can stop the battle of Goku vs. Vegeta.
You can tell yourself whatever you want to believe, but that guy means business.
Nothing, except for the power of Boo. All three Saiyans can see that this is nothing good. Vegeta tricks Goku so he can end the fight between them until he can clean up the mess he has made. Gohan takes the Supreme Kai and tries flying away, but even in speed he is grossly outclassed. Boo continues to show us just how terrifying he can be.
You in Boo's way! You go by!
No, Gohan, look out!
Even the loyal Dabura tries to warn Babidi. A creature like this, you cannot control for long. Sooner or later, he will turn on you. And we get to see one of Boo's unique and terrifying abilities. He can turn people into food and eat them. This spells the end of Dabura, and Boo hardly had to put in effort to kill the Demon King. While all this is going on, Goten and Trunks have arrived onto the scene. Due to his death, Dabura's ability wore off, and Krillin and Piccolo have been turned back into flesh. The Supreme Kai is down. Gohan is presumed dead. Piccolo and Krillin obviously outclassed. What is needed is a savior.
What? My ship is destroyed! You traitor! After all the power I gave you!
Overkill, I know, but smashing through your ship's portals was the fastest way here.
Majin Vegeta has appeared onto the scene, and he begins his assault on Majin Buu. Blow after blow, he continuously beats Majin Buu with hits that would best any man. But Buu is no man. No one really knows what he is. Even holes blown through his body mean nothing to him. How can you stop such a creature? But it's not just his regeneration skills that are to be feared. It seems like all hope is lost before Goten and Trunks rush onto the scene. They smack Majin Buu away, saving Vegeta's life.
Hurry! Dad! Oh no!
Get up! Just shake it off! Dad! Dad! Dad!
It seems like some sense might have been beaten into him as well, as Vegeta opens his eyes, possibly for the first time in his life. As Vegeta regains his composure, Piccolo heads over to deal with Babidi. Showing that his magic has limits, Piccolo makes quick work of the disgusting, evil creature.
Just die!
Piccolo and Vegeta look at each other, knowing instinctually what comes next. Vegeta begins to make peace as he makes his final amends to his son.
Trunks, you are my only son, and yet I haven't held you once since you were a baby, have I? Come here, son.
Wait, Dad, what are you doing? Hey, cut it out. You're embarrassing me.
You've made me proud, my son.
What did you do to him? Why'd you do that? What's wrong with you? Why did you do that to Trunks?
The air is thick. Having the evil within his heart unleashed, it showed Vegeta what he has become.
Just tell me one thing before you go. In this other world, or whatever it's called, will I see Kakarot again?
I couldn't forgive myself if I gave you a false hope at a time like this, so I'll tell you the truth. You won't see him, no.
I see. That's too bad. All right, you'd better be going. Now.
Right.
Hey, wait! You don't leave now!
Hold on, Majin Buu! Huh? You'll deal with them only after you've defeated me. You got that? Or should I slow down, you pink twerp?
For all that he has done up until now, Vegeta can at least take care of Majin Buu. It will be his final atonement.
For the first time, Vegeta is fighting for someone other than himself, controlling his own fate. You are a fool! I'm going to crush you and throw you into the wind! Trunks, Bulma, I do this for you. And yes, even for you, Kakarot.
Trunks and Bulma!
Shut up! I stole my soul to Babidi, so meaningless attachments wouldn't weaken me anymore. I don't care what happens to Trunks and Bulma, anybody else!
You're lying! You care about him a lot!
Kakarot, I never could stand you. I've hated you since the moment we met. You've been a cruel joke played on me by fate. No matter how strong I became, you somehow managed to keep one step ahead. But today, I will be the hero. So sleep now, Kakarot. Sleep as long as you want. When you wake, this will all be over. Majin Buu's story will be finished. And so will mine.
And so, one of the Earth's greatest warriors has vanished in a blinding flash of light, having made the ultimate sacrifice for the sake of his loved ones. His name was Vegeta, a proud Saiyan prince.
Something's wrong. Why is my heart suddenly beating so fast? With awakening.
last time on Dragon Ball Z.
Piccolo goes over to check on the aftermath. There is not a trace of Vegeta anywhere to be seen. Majin Buu has been blown to a million pieces. Babidi was able to put up a barrier to keep himself alive, for whatever that's worth, but every DBZ villain has at least 3 stages to the boss fight. This one is no different. An attack so immense it deleted Vegeta from the plane of existence, and Majin Buu was able to survive it, seemingly unscathed. What can possibly be done about this monster? Not even Goku would be able to do anything. The Supreme Kai was right. Now it seems like nothing can be done to stop this thing. As everyone regroups, Buu's rampage begins. For the first time since the days of King Piccolo, the heroes are so outclassed that they can't even interfere with the destruction and mayhem. Here is where this video will become different. I mostly joke when I call myself an obsessive DBZ fanboy, because while I might seem like it from the outside, I'm not the typical fanboy cancer that plagues any other popular show. I don't think Dragon Ball is great, therefore anything it does deserves praise. I think what happens in the show is so great that it makes me speak so highly of the entire franchise. To put it another way, if you take some sort of magnificent treasure and put it inside of a box, I will point to the box for everyone to see, hoping they open the contents inside. Fanboys see someone pointing at a box and assume the box itself is what's great and anything inside, regardless of what it is, must be treasured. But just because most parts of the show are incredible and iconic, that doesn't mean that everything contained within the story will automatically deserve those titles. It is from this point going forward that really turns this saga into the most disliked in the entire series. So instead of doing what I usually do, pointing out what makes the current saga great while poking fun at the bad parts here and there, I'm going to do the reverse. I am instead going to talk about why this part of the series is so disliked, and on the journey forward, pointing out those few, and I stress few, points that were still iconic for Dragon Ball. I will do this up until the final showdown with Kid Buu, and then I will return to how I normally do these types of videos. From here until the final fight, the name of the game is Fusion. There is a deep irony here, in that Fusion is recognized by every anime fan, and many non-anime fans. It has sprung up a litany of what-if questions and scenarios, and has caused many photo ops to happen. And yet, in the Buu saga, it amounts to nothing. Every new saga finds some way to break the mold, but in this case, they broke a mold they shouldn't have. Anytime a new power or a new attack is introduced, it becomes an important staple. The main characters build off of it in some way, shape, or form, even if it becomes discarded at some other point. Kaioken was not seen again after Frieza, but it was a constant factor until the Super Saiyan transformation for well over 50 episodes. There is nothing in Dragon Ball that ends up being meaningless in the same saga that is introduced, except for Fusion. Putting aside Super as it wasn't even a concept at this time, and not that I think would have mattered anyway, Fusion ultimately amounted to nothing. Gotenks did not defeat anyone, or set up any kind of scenario where that fusion mattered. To explain this another way, Dragon Ball is not a show where you can really do many what-if questions because the entire story will basically amount to, and then everyone dies. So when other people make their 15-minute long videos asking what if Cooler came to Namek, or what if Vegeta went Super Saiyan during the Saiyan Saga, or what if Buu hatched in Dragon Ball, you can answer every single question with, that's the end of the show. Everyone dies. With Gotenks, you can't do that. Buu killed all the civilians, and turned the people on the lookout into chocolate. He didn't really even stall for time, as Super Buu would have just spent his time going around killing and eating people as Gohan trained, when Mystic, and in all likelihood would have killed him. Or hell, Goku kills Fat Buu at Super Saiyan 3 like he said he probably could, since he's now no longer stalling for time and trying to let the new generation save the planet instead of him. There was little at stake with Gotenks. He did not have any point or purpose. Vegito, while being one of my most beloved characters, was almost purely a spectacle. Fusion played no role in the final battle. If you took away the entire concept of fusion and went to the final battle, nothing would be lost, nothing would feel out of place. From Vegeta's death up until the final showdown, you can just explain these few points to someone. Vegeta got the same day 1 pass as Goku, a different Supreme Kai gave his life for Goku to have his, Buu transformed like all the other villains, blew up the planet, and Goku got a new form. Say these 5 points and very little will be lost to people in the final showdown. From the original run, That's 38 episodes you could take away and it would not matter. The next part of poor design, the many forms of Boo. First we get Fat Boo, who spits out Evil Boo, who eats him to become Super Boo. This character here, this is by far the worst antagonist Dragon Ball has ever created. At least before, he was just a mindless creature looking to destroy, created from ancient magic to be an embodiment of primordial evil. Super Boo, on the other hand, I guess he's no longer that primordial evil looking to destroy, because he also wants to face a worthy challenger for some reason now. But if he does, he just goes back to wanting to destroy? There isn't a clear-cut reason for why he does anything. He's just kind of existing. A metaphorical and literal blob of nothingness. Oh hey, it's Gohan's time to shine. I became incredibly hyped for this new mystic form he gained from the gods themselves. Fun fact, after the final Boo fight, Gohan was actually the strongest being alive. But it didn't matter. His powered-up and non-Saiyan transformation was meaningless. I loved Mystic Gohan, but alas, they could have just not bothered with everything they did with him, and the Z-Sword, and the Elder Supreme Kai, because none of it meant a thing. In the Cell Saga, when we got upgraded versions of Super Saiyan, they at least played a role to showcase that you can't just rely on pure brute force to defeat the perfect warrior, and by extension taking away our belief that a mere transformation will be what does the trick. What did Mystic Gohan do? What purpose in storytelling through action did it serve? So again, I cannot, in good faith, treat this part of Dragon Ball the same as the rest. As fun as it would be to showcase my love for Vegito, it would not be right to do that. That doesn't mean every part of those 38 episodes was useless though. Goku's Super Saiyan 3 transformation. Over 5 minutes of screaming and powering up and the most intense transformation we have ever seen, even to this day. The planet itself shakes and crumbles at his might. The utterly intimidating, piercing gaze. It was not a form that ultimately brought victory, but it was a form that altered the plot of the final fight, and did a fantastic job at towing the line between what someone can do in Otherworld versus what they could do in the physical world. Super Boo was able to do something that no one had been able to do before, stalking everyone on top of the lookout, picking up at every single person. He launches the aptly named Human Extinction Attack.
I've destroyed all remaining Earthlings. Now the challengers. Bring them to me right now.
A global genocide, all as a mere afterthought. Gotenks at least brought back an old and missed feeling from the original Dragon Ball days, coming up with new, unique, creative attacks for all of us to enjoy. Have I mentioned how much I love Vegito?
And now back to your regularly scheduled program.
After some shenanigans, Goku and Vegito were able to rescue everyone from Boo's body, causing yet another unexpected transformation. Let's count it up. Fat Boo, Evil Boo, Super Boo Gotenks absorbed, Super Boo Goten Trunks and Piccolo absorbed, Super Boo Mystic Gohan absorbed, and now the 7th and final installment, Kid Boo. There's a lot of conversation still happening right now over whether or not Kid Boo was the most powerful version of Boo. That's easy to answer. He wasn't. Vegeta couldn't match up to Fat Boo. Super Saiyan 3 Goku was slightly above him. Evil Boo made Fat Boo look like a joke, and absorbed him. If you want to argue that Fat Boo lost a lot of strength when he split in two, I'd actually agree with you, but Piccolo constantly mentioned how Super Boo was even more powerful now. Then came Mystic Gohan, who was leagues above Super Boo. Then he and others got absorbed, adding even that strength to him. This Boo fought Goku and Vegeta, and they were nothing more than a Yamcha to him. So if you think Kid Boo is above even that, I don't know what to tell you. He is, however, as Kabiru Kai puts it, the most dangerous. Fat Boo was a mindless child who only destroyed because he was told to and didn't know what else to do, and stopped after a friend asked him to. Super Boo, for whatever reason, wanted to fight strong people, and he was even willing to wait a bit for said strong people. When he thought he absorbed Vegito, he spent the time flying along the clouds and eating sweets. Kid Boo, on the other hand, none of that matters. He exists only to destroy. There is no friend that can make him stop, no strong opponent to make him wait, no food to make him take a break, no sense, no reason. You cannot distract him. One of the first things he does without any warning or hesitation. As he succeeds where so many others have failed, he blows up the Earth. It is gone, along with everyone left. Gohan, Goten, Trunks, Piccolo, all dead. But he's not done yet, showcasing an even quicker ability to regenerate. Kid Buu goes on a rampage, blowing up every planet he can find. How can this monster be dealt with? For Goku and Vegeta, there is only one way they know how to deal with these problems, and that is to fight. They raise their power levels high enough so Kid Buu can find them. The final big fight of Dragon Ball Z was a spectacle worthy of our attention. Say what you want about Buu's overall design, but his unique characteristics let us experience a multitude of new fight choreography that just would not be possible with a more intelligent, human-like fighter.
He's gonna pay!
And on the sacred planet of the Kais, the action begins.
I'll take my turn now, Kakarot. His attacks are so fast, so powerful. How is Kakarot fighting this freak? I'm no match for him. I'm outclassed in every way. It's going to finish me. This is it.
Thanks for the break, Vegeta, but I've got to handle this. But I've still got a little more fight left in me.
Oh, your strength is truly amazing, Kakarot. Majin Buu has become too powerful for me. It's as simple as that. You're the only one who can fight him now. I used to fight for the sheer pleasure of it, sparing no one. I killed for dominance and to feed my insatiable pride. But you never fought to kill or even to win. Only to test your limits and become the strongest you could possibly be. I see it now. I fought to push down others. You only fight to push yourself. Hang in there, Kakarot. You are number one.
I only need a minute! 1 minute, that's all!
Then I'll make my stand against him for the next minute, and while he's occupied, you power up.
Why isn't it working? I've been concentrating for more than enough time, but I still don't have the power I need. I can't take down Buu! I need more time! Oh, crap! I don't care how strong Vegeta is. If Boo hits him with that ball of energy, he's dead! I can't watch any more of this.
Well, well! I sit back for a short rest and you go cuckoo crazy! Don't tell me you really thought the mighty world champion, Mr. Satan, would tolerate Majin Buu destroying Earth and then the very universe itself!
When it seems like Vegeta has seen his last days, an unlikely savior comes to the scene. Mr. Satan.
You'll regret messing around with Earth and its world champion. It won't be pretty. If you only knew the punishment I'm about to bring down on you so hard, big stuff. Yeah, look at this. You want some of this? I'm so sorry! Please, I didn't mean any of that stuff. I was just fooling around, you know? Showing up, playing the big shot, trying to look like a hero, really?
Something is causing Kid Buu to be unable to just kill him already, and he spits out a previously still trapped fat ball from his head.
Boo!
Kid Buu and Fat Buu start fighting.
Why, you idiot! Not only have you failed miserably at increasing your energy level, but now you've turned back to normal too?
This thing was a total piece of cake for me back when I was dead. But it turns out, maintaining Super Saiyan 3 in a living body burns through energy a lot faster than when you're just a spirit. I'm tapped out.
And Vegeta starts planning.
Hey, Supreme Kaizen Dende! Do you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you loud and clear.
That's good! Now go to the restored planet Namek and gather together all their Dragon Balls, and be quick about it!
What?
He's figured out a way to put Kid Buu down for good.
Tell me, how many times have you saved the Earth, do you think?
Well, I'm not sure, but I guess a lot.
So then, why don't you let the people of Earth shoulder the burden for once?
Kid Buu, the magical manifestation of the ultimate evil, must be brought down by the energetic manifestation of the ultimate good. The Spirit Bomb. It has failed twice already, but this time will be different. They will go to Namek, gather the Dragon Balls, and use the 3 wishes to bring back the planet. And then bring back all the people.
Wait, didn't that Majin Buu guy turn me into candy or something?
Oh my! This has to be the weirdest day ever!
Following this, the people of Earth will finally fend for themselves by giving the energy needed for the Spirit Bomb to kill Buu. Vegeta has a line to all the people of Earth. He asks them,
This is why we need the help from every man, woman, and child! Raise your hands in the air, and offer your spirit energy to help us defeat Majin Buu once and for all!
Even begs them,
I'm begging you, please! Raise your palms to the sky!
no one will budge. Fat Buu is at his limit, and Vegeta must step in one more time, as Goku takes his shot at pleading for the people of Earth to come to help.
Hey, people of Earth! I'm begging you! Please share your spirit energy! I need everybody's help or this won't work! Raise your hands up now! We're out of time!
A few people who recognize his voice jump in, but they become fearful of the draining effect it has on them, and others just don't care. The situation is dire, desperate. Mr. Satan watches and listens to the selfishness of everyone, and finally lends his own voice.
Why, you ignorant oafs! Now that's enough out of you! Quit yapping and start helping! Or would you dare ignore the request of the great Mr. Satan?
Mr. Satan! Didn't you hear, Mom? That was Mr. Satan's voice just now.
Really? Are you certain?
It's really him! It's Mr. Satan!
Suddenly, the people take notice. It's no longer 2 random strangers asking for the energy. It is everyone's savior, the strongest man on the planet, Mr. Satan! With his inspirational lie to everyone, they give everything they can. And the Spirit Bomb is ready.
This is so cool!
Vegeta's too beaten to even move, and is willing to sacrifice his very existence in order to defeat Boo.
Listen, you gotta do whatever you can to get out of there, Vegeta! Otherwise you'll get hit by this too!
Don't worry about me! Just throw the thing! Do it now!
I can't hold off! I'm sorry, Vegeta!
The Fat One steps in. Mr. Satan pulls Vegeta away, and it is time to end this nightmare once and for all. Goku throws the Spirit Bomb.
Go!
And it hits. It actually hits. But something is terribly wrong. It seems like the amount of hopelessness in despair that Majin Buu is able to generate knows no limits. He stops the Spirit Bomb, and in an unprecedented move, begins to launch it back.
I can't do it! I need more power! Damn it! I'm just maxed out! And we were so close, too!
You talk to Earth! We've got to tap into even more energy for the Spirit Bomb!
Wait! You can't do that, Vegeta! It's too soon! The people of Earth have already given as much as they can! They need to recover, too! If you squeeze any more spirit energy out of them, they'll die!
If we don't win against Boo now, then they're all gonna die again anyway!
I can't take anymore! No, Mr. Satan, don't do it!
Listen good! Survival is the only thing that matters now. We can still bring back everyone who dies back to life. We haven't even used the Namekian Dragon's third wish, so the wait won't even be... That's it! Dende, we still have a third wish!
Oh yeah, of course!
In the end, the Dragon Balls, the very item that this entire series is named after, comes through.
As soon as you can, please! Paparito Paro! Goku! We used the third wish to heal you! You should be able to power up!
Yeah, I can feel it! My strength's back! Thanks again, Dragon Balls! You're an incredible warrior, Boo. It was you against the universe, and you nearly won. Whenever we cornered you, you just got stronger. You changed forms so many times, even I'd had enough. I hope you can come back once more, but good. I want to fight you again, one-on-one, without all the loss. I'll be right there waiting for you, only stronger. Till then, Boo.
It's happening!
Make it count!
You got this!
End it!
There is not a trace of Boo left. No puff of smoke. Not even dust. The nightmare is over. Goku and friends reunite upon the lookout. Fat Boo was turned into a good guy, or at least one kept on a leash by Mr. Satan. After 7 long years of peace, it was all upended in a single day. And after it was all over, everyone got to return to that same peace.
Fusion! Evolution! Ha! Let's see how you do against me!
Alright. If that's how you want to play, you got it! Guess you'll have to keep training, huh?
Goku is alive again. Everyone can smile. Videl is a pervert. Besides being the best, what is everyone fighting for again? For something as simple as being able to watch some baby dinosaurs hatch from their eggs. 10 years pass. Everyone has grown up. Goku is still the mindless fighter he's always been. The next generation has even come to be born, and Goku, that sweet, lovable child that we knew, is now Grandpa. Goku announces he is entering this year's World Martial Arts Tournament because he feels there's going to be a special fighter, one that is able to give him a run for his money. This excites everyone and causes many of the old gang to join. Apparently, Goku's Earthling challenger is this, as it is revealed to us all. When Goku made his wish that Kid Buu would one day come back as good guy, someone was listening. This child, Oob, is the reincarnation of Kid Buu. After some back and forth fighting, Goku realizes he still has a lot to learn, and he sets off with Oob to train him to become someone Goku can fight with. A fitting end for a battle-crazed Saiyan warrior from Earth. The final episode to end this saga came on January 31st, 1996. Despite its finale, there has never been an anime that has stuck around so much after its ending like Dragon Ball. Overseas releases, fanfiction, memorable video games like the first Budokai series and Budokai Tenkaichi 3, and fan projects like Team 4-Star kept the series fresh and alive in many people's hearts and memories. Due to the nature of it being an epic saga completely detached from our world, including its cultures, times and places, every new generation that comes along can look forward to the adventures of Goku and friends. Unfortunately, as the Buu saga has told us, peace cannot last forever, and a new villain, one more hideous and gruesome than we have ever encountered, suddenly appeared. This caused our savior, Akira Toriyama, to once more awaken from his slumber.
Dragon Ball Evolution.
Holy Jesus! What is that? What the fuck is that?
Long ago, a small group of pure-hearted Saiyans pooled their powers to create a savior, a Super Saiyan God.
After 15 years, Dragon Ball comes back to us with the canon feature-length movie, Battle of Gods. Why did Toriyama return to us, you may ask? We can thank American media companies for that, and its continuing ruination of anything Japanese-related that it touches. Here is what Toriyama had to say about Dragon Ball Evolution, quote, "Dragon Ball once became a thing of the past to me, but after that, I got angry about the live-action movie, rewrote an entire movie script, and now I'm complaining about the quality of the new TV anime. So it seems that Dragon Ball has grown on me so much that I can't leave it alone." And after 15 years, Toriyama, that rest did wonders for you. How do you introduce a new threat after the incarnation of primordial evil? You introduce a new level of gods, one that has been asleep for hundreds of years. Beerus and Whis are considered to be the best inclusions of Dragon Ball Super, and it's not difficult to see why. Their designs are great. They have lots of personality built into both of them.
Speaking of uncontrollable forces, where are the other fish sausages?
They're in my belly.
That's what I was afraid of, my lord. I guess that means this fine specimen I've been holding is the last one. I bet you'd love to eat this. But as you said, we all have to know when to give up. Oh, so delicious.
And the reason for being so strong is believable. Everyone loves seeing them interact both with each other and the rest of the cast. Beerus has a dream about a legend, the Super Saiyan God, and most are in agreement. He should have just called it the Saiyan God, but Toriyama wasn't actually planning on continuing after Battle of Gods, so he would not have planned for going a step beyond. The design is sleek. The fight was epic.
useless pride!
And Goku ends up losing in the end. But he gave the God of Destruction such good time that he decided to spare the planet. Well, that and its food. And as an added oh shit moment, it turns out his servant is even stronger than him.
That's enough!
Between the movie and the TV series, let's take a look at what transpires more in depth. Much like Dragon Ball Z introduced us to a whole new realm with space, Super introduced us to another new realm with celestial beings. Even the transformations are different. No longer fueled by bloodlust and rage. The transformation into Super Saiyan God does a 180 on the requirements. It's not a solo project to become a god. You require the help of others. And that help opened up some internal conflicts for Goku, as his power was not gained through his own hard work, leaving him dissatisfied.
What's the matter? You seem disappointed.
Honestly, yeah.
Why? Don't you like being a deity?
It's not the power, it's what it took to get it and what that means.
I don't think I followed.
It's a level of strength I can't reach on my own.
And that limit disturbs you.
Yeah.
And this theme of what strength is continues on throughout the entire series, asking us, what is strength and why do we chase it?
Are you sure you're not training them a little too hard? They're not deities, you know. You could at least let them do their little Super Saiyan business.
That's not an option, Seer. They've just barely reached a level where they're starting to sense divine energy, and they have a long way to go. They need to push far beyond the limits of strength as they know them. Right now, relying on the Super Saiyan boost would get in the way. They've become dependent on it, and it masks the roots of their shortcomings. I believe they understand that already. I haven't told them not to go Super Saiyan, and yet they've both chosen not to, on their own.
Everything from the music to the visuals of all the characters and the visuals of all that is happening to the world around them. It stands in stark contrast to its world-shattering predecessors. Whereas before other events felt epic, this truly felt divine. Goku and Beerus' power was masterfully shown to us in their battle, even going as far as to threaten the collapse of the universe due to the power of their fists clashing. We saw an array of new techniques, the fun of watching Goku come to grips with his new power, and Beerus' testing of those limits, and splendid dialogue that bounces between joy and severity.
Well, don't worry, Lord Beerus, I'm not mad at you. I bet when you're as strong as you are, there's hardly anyone who stands a chance against you at your maximum power, which means you never get a chance to have a decent fight. And that's why you...
Don't try to understand me. You have no idea.
Dragon Ball has opened its doors once again, with the powers of the divine, and 12 other universes for us to explore. It's a damn shame what comes next. Resurrection F is the prime example of how even if you have a grand idea, if you have poor execution, not even the name of Dragon Ball can save you. Frieza, the poster child of anime villain, is resurrected? Got it. The power he had was his natural, untrained power, and he has never trained a day in his life? An avenue for strength shows itself. A new villain transformation? Wonderful. So why was this such a letdown? To begin with, despite the window to gain extra strength being given to us on a silver platter, was still dropped. Only 4 months of, let's be honest, pretty basic training, and he gains that much power? Even in the world of Dragon Ball, where Goku went from a power level of maybe 15,000 to over 15 million, and what was essentially the span of a month? They made this too unbelievable. Toriyama could have done more. Have Frieza sneak into the hyperbolic time chamber, or introduce a new hyperbolic time chamber elsewhere in the universe that the cast learns about, giving us an excuse to change its rules later on like they did, introduce some new form of training that only Frieza can do, maybe up in space, with some legendary master, anything besides what they gave us. His transformation being nothing more than a color swap was uninspiring, especially with what they could have done. Speaking of uninspiring color swaps, the transformation of Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. What a dumb name. To have a transformation happen off screen, and then have some basic bitch transformation sequence left nothing to be desired. As if all of this wasn't enough, with Whis and Beerus being there, they took away much of the attention, as Frieza was not about to blow them up as well. It wasn't all bad though, we at least got to see the Earthlings shine a little bit, and gave them a little bit more universal cred, taking on bad guys from all over the universe. Let's hit some more of the high points before we really tear into this. Frieza managed to blow up the planet, and if it was not for Whis' time powers, he would have won. Never have we been so close to utter defeat. Frieza's reason for losing was honestly great as well. He was stronger than Goku and friends, but his inexperience cost him all of his stamina, leaving him too exhausted to continue fighting. But with all that being said, what I would consider to be the biggest mistake Toriyama has ever done in his entire 35-year Dragon Ball career was taking this win away from Vegeta. How much of an amazing moment would it have been if, after all this time, he was finally able to deliver the finishing blow? You wouldn't even have to change much. After time gets rewound, have Goku blast Frieza's hand so he can't blow up the earth, scream at Vegeta to finish him now. He sees Frieza trying to slap the earth with his other hand, so he proceeds to kick him in the air, delivers a one-liner, then gives us a final flash execution that gives Frieza flashbacks of the first time Goku blasted him away. But this time, he gets vaporized into nothingness. You missed the mark, Toriyama, I am sorry to say. But at least you made up for it in the preceding sagas. After Dragon Ball Super wrapped up Resurrection F and gave us some generic filler, everyone was wondering, what comes next? At this point, it's been years since we have seen some fully new arcs being introduced, and we got the answer with an inter-universe tournament. Sure, the stakes were not really as high as they could be, but it did introduce us to more gods, more Saiyans, and more threats. Much like in the Buu saga, we got to see that these warriors and the struggles up to this point were not for nothing. 4 of the 5 strongest enemies from another universe were basically pushovers for all of them. This also introduced us to more old school Dragon Ball feel, with fighters that were not just powerhouse regeneration machines. One opponent could not be damaged regardless of strength. Another was a cheating poisoner. The third with a metallic body and molten hot attacks who will see to your end without even having to land a blow. Seeing Vegeta's growth and his mentoring relationship with Kappa hit some soft spots in my heart. The way he was training him and helped him achieve Super Saiyan in that fight was touching.
There was a moment in the middle of combat when you actually said you gave up. Surrender is an outcome far worse than defeat. I won't tolerate that kind of weak behavior from a Saiyan.
Right, I'm so sorry.
Never forget what you are, damn it! Where is your Saiyan pride?
I'll try to make myself stronger, just like you.
Set your sights higher.
You got it!
When hits rolled around, they helped instill something in us as the viewer, something that was mentioned before by Whis when he was training both Goku and Vegeta. Dragon Ball Super is not about sheer power and brute force. While Z might have been what could the heroes do when their brute force was not enough, Super said to hell with brute force. The first villain was a god of destruction, one which Goku ultimately failed to beat. The next villain, Frieza, was not stronger than the previous villain. He was physically stronger than Goku, but that strength was used against him. And now we have Hit, who is certainly physically weaker than Frieza was, and both of our same protagonists. So his physical strength is nothing too impressive, but his abilities, on the other hand, are. He is able to momentarily stop time, allowing him to land painful counter shots to his opponent. Vegeta's superior strength and speed meant nothing, as he could not figure out how Hit was doing what he did, and ultimately lost because of it. His fight did give Goku enough time to figure out the trick, however, and gave us a battle that was constantly evolving as it went on. From Goku properly predicting Hit's movements and how he used his time skip, pointing out that since it was such an easy way to win fights, he hadn't given it much thought in being more skilled in his approach, to Hit increasing the amount of time he was able to stop using his technique.
He's talking about his pure technique. And what does that mean? Somehow he's figured out how to improve his fighting move in the middle of this match without any boost to his power.
Combat is craft. What matters most is not raw power, but the skill by which you hone it. I'd never even thought of improving my time skip. Up to now, there was no reason, since I could defeat anyone I faced. And then came you. So I thought maybe I can push it farther. And as you can see, my experiment paid off.
I'm not giving up.
It seems you're too proud to admit when you failed.
That's not it!
What?
I'm just still working on something, and I didn't want to use it in battle till I was sure it was time. Honestly, I didn't think I'd try it until after this tournament, when I was ready to challenge Lord Beerus again.
Say what? Is he actually trying what I think?
Surely he hasn't discovered a transformation.
Now I'll show you the Kaioken! At this point, I only have about a 1 in 10 chance of pulling it off. And if I mess this move up, it's gonna do a lot more than just knock me out of this tournament. All the power of Super Saiyan Blue intensified with the Kaioken technique.
It takes a huge toll on him.
Going Super Saiyan strains his body too, and I'm sure that so-called Super Saiyan Blue's exponentially worse. Adding Kaioken on top of that, it's hard to imagine the damage he's doing to himself.
Quadruple! No, it's times 10! Kaioken times 10!
No way! He's so fast!
What the? I don't care how far you push your time skip, it won't stand a chance against what I am now. I gotta end this with one shot!
You're mine!
That, Toei Animation, is how you do Kaio Blue Goku justice. After this, the battle quickly wound down, Goku ending things early as he could not sustain the damage the technique was doing to him. The power of friendship ensures that Universe 7 wins the tournament. But before everyone can go home, we have one more surprise in store for us. After this battle, we are introduced to the next level of God, and possibly the highest level in Dragon Ball Universe, the Omni King, the creature who could destroy the entire universe with the closing of his fist, a childlike representation of us as the audience. I don't know if the metaphor was intentional or not, considering how much Toriyama just gets right on a whim, but it is enjoyable seeing so many of the other characters in fear of being erased, and only one as stupid as Goku would dare be so carefree with one who can so easily erase him. And by God is it adorable. We are told what's going to come next. A tournament with all the universes. Good old Dragon Ball. You either go big or you go home. But before the tournament can begin, we need to be slapped back into the dark, gritty world that Dragon Ball can sometimes bring us. what is many people's favorite saga in Dragon Ball Super, the Goku Black arc. We go back to the alternate timeline future to bring back a fan favorite, Future Trunks, along with what should have been a measly fanfiction turned into one of the best arcs of the entire series. Why is Goku alive in this timeline? Why is he killing everyone? Why does he have a Potara earring? The happy-go-lucky feel of the Universe 6 tournament arc was a great emotional and narrative whiplash for us, in that it was so relatively laid back and emotionally relaxing at Goku coming in out of nowhere, wiping out most of humanity in a future where he's supposed to be dead, killing Bulma, his oldest friend. Everything about it made us feel like things were about to get intense. Dragon Ball is a master at juggling both low-stakes tournament vibes and fight-to-the-death vibes, between the panic and confusion when he shows up in the timeline, Bulma's frantic intensity, the god's curiosity, the quick pace of everything that happens, all followed by this emotional and literal punch.
Hey, what's the matter, Trunks? It's me!
I'll kill you!
We all felt something inside, and knew this was gonna be good. What follows is probably the only Dragon Ball arc after the OG series, where if you want to get the most out of the story, it's not the fight scenes that are the most important. We have ourselves a mystery, a conspiracy, one that spans time, as well as alternate timelines, and even multiple universes. The desire to know what's going on with Goku Black, as well as the god's aversion to breaking the laws of time travel, only intensifies with each passing episode and each new mystery, from the Goku but not Goku energy, to the time rings, to Goku Black's strange way of knowing but not knowing so much of the cast. This was unlike anything we've seen in Dragon Ball. We've got Team Genius working on fixing the time machine, Team Saiyan doing what they can to prepare for the showdown with fanfiction Goku, and Team God, which is effectively removed from being able to properly help in battle due to their refusal to break the laws of time travel, while also trying to solve the mystery of how a non-Supreme Kai got a hold of a time ring. Between the heart-stopping action and the inter-universal multi-timeline conspiracy, we also have Super dropping us the philosophy bombs.
Master Goasu, there is something that's been weighing on my mind lately.
Go on, tell me.
These mortals we watch, are they creatures truly worthy of our protection, sir?
Huh?
With respect, I've observed more mortal dealings than I care to count. They thrive, quarrel, perish, all on an endless loop. And so it seems to me for them to keep doing this is the height of futility.
That is the path mortals must take.
What sense does it make for us to protect these flawed beings when they persistently repeat the same tragic mistakes? Would it not be more merciful on our part to put a halt to their hopeless cycles once and for all?
The up-and-coming Supreme Kai apprentice, Zamasu, is confused about his role as Supreme Kai. Why do they just sit back sipping on their tea as the mortal creations continue to squander and destroy the beauty that is creation?
Let's see. Look, fire and shelter. They're starting to civilize.
This proves it. As long as mortals exist, the multiverse will have no peace. They take what they want by savage force. Their so-called society is based on nothing else. They possess neither justice nor order. They were gifted with life, brains capable of wisdom, yet they waste it completely. Should these gifts not be taken back?
This tea is a mirror pointed inward. If the soul of its maker is clouded, the tea will be as well. So is it fear that clouds this cup, or bewilderment? Speak.
Master Goasu, you have said something often. To make mistakes but learn from them, thus forging a better world. That is the essence of a mortal spirit. But as far as I can see, mortals do not learn this way at all. Planet Barbary is no outlier, Master. You've seen this countless times before.
Patience, Zamasu. Every seed needs time to grow.
Gardens are tended, not just watched.
Should a gardener not pluck the weeds? When I was invited here, I thought you would teach me divine justice. But all you seem to do is watch while these monsters stain existence with each other's blood.
Zamasu, do you ever ponder the relationship between good, evil, and justice?
Yes, all the time. Evil is the great obstacle to good, and justice the sword by which good can overcome this obstacle and flourish.
That is one perspective, but I have come to view it this way. Justice is not a sword eradicating evil, but a scale keeping good and evil in balance.
Balance, Master?
One can succumb to evil, but reject that darkness and rediscover the light with new understanding. Justice makes that journey possible. Evil informs good, and that is why we give the mortals their minds.
You give corruption far too much credit. Evil does not inform good. It sullies it, like the Barbary sullied their world with violence, and that arrogant Goku sullied the sacred ground by swinging his fists at a god. Mortals received the divine gift of intellect, the potential for wisdom, but they misuse it to destroy the beauty of creation. Mortals do not succumb to evil, they are the evil. They create it and spread it with minds they shouldn't possess. How can we call ourselves gods if we watch this plight and do nothing to stop it?
We're being led to a pretty safe and seemingly predictable conclusion as the Saiyans head back to Trunks' timeline for another showdown with Goku Black. As expected, the depths of his power have not yet been shown, as the Super Saiyan transformation has not materialized yet, and we get yet another mystery stacked on top of everything else. Super Saiyan Rose. What is this new form? Is it a level beyond Blue, or something different altogether? The action begins, and we see right away that his power is nothing to laugh at. The mysteries and questions do not stop even for the combat. Goku Black is Zamasu, but then who the hell is that? Here is where we get the second fanfiction come to life. Someone finally did it. They got the Dragon Balls and wished for immortality. We now have an antagonist that is not just some regeneration machine, but literally cannot be destroyed. Even though his overall battle power is lower than their Saiyan comrades, a theme that keeps happening over and over again, it does not matter as he can just let them get tired before stabbing them all. With the Super Saiyan Rose, Goku Black, aiding them with his combination of divinity and Saiyan blood, things get real fast. So, like every saga, how do you introduce a new threat after all the other threats? You use the body of the one who keeps surpassing all these threats and team them up with an immortal, indestructible god. This gives our Saiyans the loss, forcing them to retreat back into the timeline. We head back to Zamasu, where we see for ourselves that his malicious intents are not of the future, but are bubbling to the surface even now. Beerus reminds us that, despite his comedic elements, he is still a god of destruction, not to be trifled with.
Sorry, Kai, but your luck has run out. Hakai.
He seems to think that all is settled in the future timeline because of his actions, but we as the viewer expect the truth of these claims to be somewhat different. The problems are not fixed, and we get round 2 that is just full of spectacular moments.
I thought for sure you would have asked by now, Goku. Aren't you concerned about your family?
My family?
What about Chi-Chi and Goten?
Oh, surely you can guess that much, Goku.
You'll pay for that!
You speak of crimes, but what you've done is far worse! You've torn reality itself into pieces!
I what?
We know everything you've done. You, a lowly mortal, have repeatedly committed an act so egregious it's taboo even for the gods.
You first defied time to save Goku when he was supposed to die of a heart illness, isn't that right? If he had died as history originally recorded, time would not have been split. He would never have challenged me, and I would not have had to take his body.
And there would not be an alliance of Zamasus from two separate timelines. The warping you caused made this possible. All this horror, as you deem it, it all begins with you.
You both enabled and inspired us.
You helped to light the flame of our justice. You helped to launch Project Zero Mortals.
So the next time you mourn your people, remember they're dead because of you.
All I've ever tried to do is save people from walking nightmares like you! You say my choices make me evil? Then that's what I'll be! This ends right now. I'm gonna kill you myself!
Is this a new Saiyan transformation? Does that blue order closer to his body indicate some divine key? Did it have anything to do with Trunks' resolve that even if he will be labeled as evil, he does not care so long as he gets to kill some gods? We get a new transformation, but one that still does not get to keep up with Super Saiyan Blue. So this is the first saga since Dragon Ball Z first began in which the strongest heroes don't increase their power to new levels that completely outshine the last saga. A lot of unique elements exist in the Goku Black arc. It's easy to see why this is a fan favorite among so many. Our heroes get beaten back not once but twice, and are put into the daunting conundrum of how can they possibly win against an immortal. In a beautiful 30-year throwback to the original Dragon Ball, they whip out the Mafuba as a last-ditch effort. Goku and Vegeta spend the next 12 hours in training. Goku to learn yet another technique that's not his, and Vegeta to become even more Vegeta. Round 3 begins, and the amount of fanservice and amazing, memorable moments is off the charts. Vegeta beating the hell out of Goku, even if it is a fake Goku, followed by a passionate speech where he shouts his own name. A bullshit ability out of nowhere that we just kind of accept. Bulma being a thought, a lover's duo Mafuba, the ultimate technique to win fails. Potara fusion is back, and this time it is with gods. Goku and Vegeta charging headfirst into an attack from a clearly more powerful enemy, Father-Son Galagun. An out-of-nowhere retcon that is still somewhat believable because Universe 7 Supreme Kai is just terrible at his job. Super fucking Saiyan Blue Vegito.
Your mimicry is doomed to fail. Acts of gods are beautiful because we are inherently pure, while mortal endeavors will inevitably become wicked, corrupted and marred by sin.
Throwing out a final Kamehameha for good measure. And finally, possibly the biggest ass pull from the entire show, Trunks being able to make a spirit bomb out of nowhere despite never even seeing the technique, turning into a sword and using that to slice Zamasu in half.
I don't give a damn about you or your so-called justice! But how? It can't be!
The pace of evolving battles in Super is something that we never saw in Dragon Ball and Z. Not to this extent at least. What happens next is yet another first in all of Dragon Ball. A feat that I don't know if they'll actually be able to top. The good guys lose. They just straight up lose, with nothing that can be done. Trunks has failed. Everyone is dead. And by everyone, we mean everyone in every single universe that is still in existence. So far we've had Goku losing against Beerus. He did technically lose against Frieza. He lost against Hit. And now he lost to Zamasu and Goku Black. This whole Goku comes in to save the day thing is not working out too well. They lose so badly that Goku has to literally call in God, who proceeds to just delete all of freaking existence because there is no hope left and nothing else can be done.
They made it through! Ow! I am really tired of that! Whoa, Lord Beerus!
Looks like you got roughed up pretty good, Saiyan.
Yeah, you know.
Thank goodness. I feared you wouldn't get away.
Lord Beerus, I'm sorry for causing you all this trouble.
Next time, I'd suggest you choose your apprentice more carefully, Kai.
Yes.
Bulma, get the time machine ready to go again.
Already? Where are you going?
To continue Goku's universe-altering shenanigans, he brings back from a different timeline a second Xeno, giving us two in this universe. You brilliant idiot. Even the gods marvel at just how stupidly fun you are. But don't get too comfortable with the current situation, for beneath this happy-go-lucky child is another side that Goku and friends will soon have to face. After Goku Black, Dragon Ball swings around to its big closing event that was mentioned during the Universe 6 tournament arc. The Tournament of Power will begin before the tournament even takes place. We get to see Majin Buu in on the action. Gohan disappoints yet again.
I won.
And everyone views Goku as a universe-ending villain, despite the fact that he saved all of them from Xeno, who is just about to pull the plug on all of creation. We must give credit where credit is due, with Toriyama giving Goku's feat the respect it deserves, with even the gods watching Goku in awe.
Could this really be possible? His power is equal to that of a god!
What an impressive warrior! Did we take him too lightly?
Again, Dragon Ball stakes have grown to where existence-ending feats and stakes keep popping up. We've been put into a hilarious paradigm where Goku is now the supreme villain, and all the universes want to get him. The exhibition tournament gets hyped with Toppo, showing that he may very well be able to go toe-to-toe with Goku, and that there's someone even stronger than him.
While I hate to even speak with you, you must know the truth. There is another warrior from the 11th universe who's even stronger than I am, villain. My sworn ally, Jiren the Grey. If you can only fight me to a draw, you have no hope of defeating him.
Jiren.
Let's address the Super Saiyan elephant in the room, the Universe 6 Saiyans. I actually enjoyed them, I did, and I can accept that the average Universe 6 Saiyan is stronger than the average Universe 7 Saiyan back during Bardock's time. I laughed at and loved female Broly. What I didn't like, however, and this is one of the more heavily criticized parts of all of Dragon Ball, the tingly back. The secret to achieving this legendary transformation that could, with enough growth, challenge the gods themselves. All it required was to get your back all tingly? Really? You couldn't have thought of anything better? Couldn't have made the lack of a tail some sort of requirements, and that's why no one's been able to in Universe 7? Couldn't have it be a surprise that Caulifla already knew the transformation years ago because of something that happened, but had no idea what it was or how to do it again? Anything? Just tingly back?
You see? It's that simple.
Shame on everyone who okayed such a thing. To play with our emotions and continue Dragon Ball's unpredictability, one of the fighters that they set up for many episodes now, Boo, falls asleep, so they have to scramble to bring back, out of all the possible people, Frieza. Who in the hell saw that coming? This caused a lot of back and forth in the community over who would have been the more interesting fighter in the tournament, Boo or Frieza. I don't have an answer myself. Now Frieza, the most evil son of a bitch next to the literal incarnation of evil, will be joining the good guys. Let's pretend that you hopped on a time machine back to, let's say, 2007. Dragon Ball AF rumors were still a thing back then, right? You tell your younger self and all your little friends that Dragon Ball does come back, and in the final arc, they have to rely on Frieza in order to save the universe. The idea sounds almost idiotic. If I heard that, I would think that Dragon Ball Super AF must be terrible, but man, did they make it work, and it works brilliantly. We are even given the bonus of having to wonder if Frieza will plot in some way to stab Universe 7 in the back and make a deal with another universe. The questions and the tension leading up to the tournament was palpable, taking place in a void outside of time or space, with gravity being artificially changed for every individual fighter to mimic their home planets, and the ability to fly being eliminated to those without wings. The nature of the unpredictability that we've come to expect from the show was seething throughout the entire arena. 80 fighters. Around 60 of them we know next to nothing about. We've got infinite energy androids, reverse trope magical girls, Power Rangers, a God of Destruction candidate, the fusion of Beerus and Bugs Bunny with a side of butter, Gatai robots, more Saiyans including Broly with boobs, a bloodthirsty psychopathic tyrant who hates said Saiyans, his lesser doppelganger, a time wizard who cross-classed as a rogue, the Doctor, even more Namekians who gave us the answer to the fanfiction question of what if every Namekian just fused together, tiny and invisible fighters, tricksters, people who can fly on a stage where normal flying is prohibited, slime monsters, sharpshooters, and that is not even all of the surprises, archetypes, and tropes that Super managed to fit in this 80-man free-for-all. And considering they were transported to another realm, this is technically an isekai. We have been told the stakes, but don't really know what it means yet. What abilities do these other fighters have? What type of clashes will we see? Who is going to fight who? Will Frieza betray his own universe? They set up Jiren in the beginning as being someone who might be the final boss, but who the hell knows who it'll be? As his setup for the strongest might have been for someone else to come and upstage him, bringing a scale our heroes must overcome to even greater heights. It's Dragon Ball. Anything can happen. Pretty much everyone got a chance to shine throughout the whole tournament, except Tien, cause fuck him I guess. Krillin got his duo fight with his waifu, and even got to look cool. 18 got multiple eliminations, and even got to do a noble sacrifice for her brother. Piccolo got to use Hell Zone Grenade, and it actually worked. Mystic Gohan managed to shine with his dad. Despite the sheer amount of fun we were having, things got real when the first universe got eliminated.
By the rules laid forth, Universe 9 of the cosmos will be obliterated at once.
Grand Zeno! No!
Bye-bye!
They did it. They actually wiped out an entire universe.
With nothing more than a closing of a fist, Universe 9 vanishes from existence. Everyone stops and stares dumbfounded. Suddenly, these lovable blue angels take on a much more sinister feel. We heard the consequences for the losers, but the visual punch to the gut really brought it back down to earth for us. Granted, there was no way Toriyama was just going to toss away all these fun new characters, and most of us guessed the outcome, but for those of us who could suspend their disbelief, it was intense. I had expected Goku's showdown with the big bad of the tournament to be saved until the very end, but like true Dragon Ball fashion, they roll out Goku vs Jiren before even the halfway point of the tournament. I had initially thought that Jiren must not be the strongest fighter in the tournament because of how soon they clashed, until they dropped it on us that the rumored mortal, stronger than the God of Destruction, is him. And Jiren is intense. So intense that Goku hits 3 new transformations or levels of power against him, and all 3 ultimately failed on their own. The first one being Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken times 20. It might not be as flashy, but to double the power of Kaioken is still a considerable amount of sudden power increase. That doesn't really matter. Even at Super Saiyan Blue, Jiren bodies Goku like some useless ragdoll. Then, like the absolute unit that he is, after he beats Goku down, forcing him to power up his rule-breaking Spirit Bomb, Jiren tells him he will wait. Finish your strongest attack. This is similar to Cell in the Final Flash, but with important differences. Cell was trying to test his new body. Jiren simply knew that it would not matter what Goku tried to pull. It was nothing compared to his absolute might. He wasn't doing it for his own ego. He just wanted to demoralize everybody. I can easily see why some people didn't like Jiren as an antagonist, but I am not one of those people. But we'll go more into that later. And thus begins one of the most insane things we have seen in the entirety of Dragon Ball. The Spirit Bomb, the most powerful technique arguably in all of Dragon Ball outside of straight up deletion, and Goku's final ace in the hole, pushed back. At least with Buu, Goku was heavily weakened, and after he went back to full strength, Buu stood no chance. Here, Goku was full strength, but it took nothing more than a D-tier Pokemon move to send it flying back at Goku. This began an intense back and forth pushing contest using a freaking bomb of spiritual energy. And even at full strength, Super Saiyan Blue Kaioken times 20 was nothing more than a glare. This led Goku to being caught in his own explosion from his own technique.
Say that you give up! You'll die if you don't say it quick!
No, not yet! I'm still fighting! I'm not quitting!
Maybe it's because I'm a Saiyan too, but when I see somebody who's that strong, my heart starts racing because I realize I still have farther to go. It makes me want to train myself even harder, to push myself to their level. I need more power!
Come now, stop fighting if you know you've reached your limit.
Shut up! I will not let you destroy my world! Goku! Are you finished?
And from that cosmic burst, in this cosmic law-bending space, we witness the birth of something different.
Here it comes.
The ring. No, the entire No Realm is being shaken by some sort of influx of power.
Goku endures. What has he done?
Dragon Ball introducing a new form is nothing groundbreaking, but this was nothing like what we've experienced before. Yes, there was a large explosion at the beginning to give us the epic intro, but from that point on, everything felt calm. Goku's initial rage face relaxed, and even his turning stare down, with all its intensity, did not have a look of supreme power, but one of focus and concentration. His hair was normal. This did not look like a typical Saiyan transformation. The aura is different. Even the energy moves in a calming, relaxed fashion. Not even Whis knows what's going on. Then, in one swift move, one beautifully drawn illustration, we are given a taste of what Goku has become. A taste that not even he understands. We are given the feel of the deafening silence, as if even the artists were stopped in their tracks by what they just threw. Then the song begins. It is one of the cheesiest and most cliche sounding tracks I have ever heard coming out of any anime, and it is also one of the best. It engulfs you in its intensity, as Goku now begins to fight the seemingly invincible Jiren. Our blood is pumping. The normally calm Whis is beside himself with excitement. Goku is set to wow us all by eliminating the tournament's seemingly biggest threat.
I'm speechless. I never imagined any mortal could push Jiren this far.
What the? How can this be happening?
Goku has become so much stronger now!
Just listen to his blood-curdling roar!
Saiyan. You are a truly fascinating creature. However...
It failed. This new transformation failed. The one that we deemed to be Ultra Instinct. The level that's difficult for even a God of Destruction to attain. And it wasn't enough. It was enough for Jiren to get momentarily serious. So Goku hit 2 levels of newfound strength. And neither of them were enough to do the job. Jiren stands tall, with barely a scratch. And there's less than half an hour left to be able to defeat him. Goku's down. And Hit has stepped in to try and take on this menacing threat. Admit it, we all pissed ourselves a little bit with this scene, wondering if Frieza was going to go full Benedict and take out Goku. There's a few more things that Hit's fight with Jiren solidified for us as the viewers. Jiren is power incarnate. You cannot just outmuscle him. Hit is not someone who wins with muscle. He is someone who wins with skill, essentially overpowered gimmicks. But Jiren does not care. You cannot overpower him. You cannot outskill him. You cannot trick him.
I'm shocked. It seems that Jiren possesses the power to transcend time itself, my lord.
But how can he do that? No way! Astounding! His strength is so great! Not even time can bind him!
What can anyone do? Jiren is simple, yes. In fact, he is the most simplistic out of every antagonist Goku has faced. But there is a certain beauty in that simplicity. One of the things that this arc does differently than all the other ones is that for the first time, I'm not necessarily looking forward to the defeat of the antagonist. All my attention is on Goku and Vegeta. There's no higher moral purpose, no tyrant to defeat, no madman that needs to be stopped. Jiren isn't even a villain. He'd be the main character, savior of the universe if he had his own show. What he is a wall. A wall that our protagonists need to overcome, to push past the limits to defeat. He is power absolute. Before him, even might is powerless. Tricks and deception are meaningless. Strength incarnate is what they now face. Because anime logic, the way for Goku to get a second win is to exert himself, and he does so with the help of the 2 female Saiyans from Universe 6, Kale and Caulifla. Their interactions through and through were fun. We got Goku teaching them as they fight, showing that martial arts still mattered, as in Super Saiyan 2 Caulifla was losing to base form Goku because her actual skill in battle was kind of trash. After it was clear that they could not do anything against him at Super Saiyan God level, they pulled a Goku and broke the rules of the tournament to introduce the fan favorite, Fusion. Kale and Caulifla were no more. Instead, we now have the Saiyan, Kefla, full to the brim with power. She pushes Goku to the same level that the previous Spirit Bomb pushed him, forcing him to once again unlock Ultra Instinct, Odin. With base Goku fighting Super Saiyan 2 Caulifla as a good foreshadowing, Goku did not power up to max. He stopped when he had just enough power to beat Kefla, because this fight was not about power. That's why I love the transformation so much. It's not just a power boost. There still needs to be mastery of it, as showcased to us when Goku's punches lacked any real oomph. There's a lot of interest and mystery generated when Goku is like this, and because this form is not just a power boost, we get constantly given lots of amazing moments, including this instant class Kamehameha that I don't know if the community ever really decided on an official name for. The action is almost entirely non-stop, with the few moments that there is ever any pause really emphasizing the importance and intensity of what's going on. And one of the best moments for this was after the intense showdown with this galactic monstrosity, in which the entirety of the remaining Universe 7 had to team up to defeat. We are given almost 4 minutes of a stare down between Universe 7 and the last remaining Universe 11. When I was rewatching, I initially skipped this to get to the action, but something felt off. So I went back to the beginning of the episode, and being more aware of what I was feeling, I noticed the ongoing buildup of tension that was taking place inside of me. My mind racing at the possibilities of this 5-on-3 battle royale. How would they fight? Who will fight who? What is going to take place? You could feel the tension radiating from the screen. Say what you want about stalling for time or whatever else, I will not change a thing about the stare down and the explosive way they ended it.
Has to be dramatic.
From here until the end of the series, it's almost like I'm not even given permission to breathe. Vegeta finally gets a shot at Jiren, only to be slapped around. Until he figured out a hole in Jiren's attack, letting us all cheer in excitement. Elsewhere, Gohan and 17 were dealing with Toppo, and Frieza gave us a flurry of delight with Dispo. There's something oddly satisfying about watching Frieza be made a fool of by someone other than a Saiyan, as well as Frieza toying with someone other than a Saiyan. Speaking of Saiyans, Super has not done enough to show us the sheer might of Jiren, has it? No. They had to throw in the bonus of Vegeta landing his most powerful Final Flash, which did nothing more than make Jiren give Vegeta an approving pep talk, followed by this devastating blow. Since recovery can now be measured in milliseconds, Goku goes on the offensive, using tricks we have never seen him use in an attempt to slow Jiren down. If you forgot, even clever ploys fail before Jiren's might. On that note of Jiren's might, we haven't even seen him at full power, and him giving us a taste of his full power scared the Super Saiyan God out of Goku.
That was nuts! What kind of technique was that?
You think that was some sort of special attack, mortal? For the almighty Jiren, that is nothing but an ordinary punch.
Things have not been this hopeless since Frieza, and I would say even Frieza's overwhelming presence during Namek might not hold up to what we're witnessing now. But none of that matters.
In all my years, all my fights, I've never taken an attack like that. There's no doubt. You really are incredible, Jiren. But I won't quit. No matter the odds, I won't back down now.
Not for Goku, and not for Vegeta.
Kakarot is right. Any fool can see you've been the strongest, at least so far. But I'll still find a way to knock you out and win this tournament.
They know how strong Jiren is. But despite his unimaginable might, they must find a way.
Here we come, Jiren!
Goku taps into whatever he has left and pulls out the Kaioken once more, and Vegeta, after having made a promise to a member of his own race that has been wiped out for the second time, to fulfill his role as Prince of all Saiyans, he says, to hell with your Ultra Instincts, to hell with your gods. He will do what he has always done, find a way to get stronger through his own means.
I'll shatter through my limits, in my own way, on my own terms!
With Super Saiyan Blue, Evolution.
Bring it.
As this 2-on-1 onslaught commences, elsewhere on the battlefield, the intensity increases. Dispo's full speed shows that he might even be faster than Berthoud himself, as he's giving even Golden Frieza more than he can handle. Even if he doesn't have the strongest punch, he could easily cause so much havoc on the field of battle that keeping him going is too much of a risk. Gohan comes to Frieza's aid, and after their initial plan fails, Gohan decides what's best for the team is if he goes down with Dispo himself. This leaves just 2 fighters left for Universe 11, the unstoppable Jiren, and the candidate for the next god of destruction, Toppo. Frieza's evil ways push him over the edge, forcing the hero of justice to abandon all he holds dear. He abandons the path of justice, and takes up the mantle that he's been trained for, and has been eternally struggling with until this moment.
I will concede your toughness is truly remarkable, Trooper. But it's sad to see you like this. How well can you symbolize justice now that your nifty uniform's all torn?
That's irrelevant.
Huh?
I won't be fighting for justice any longer. That side of me is through.
Oh my.
His power. It's starting to feel like divine energy.
We have now witnessed the birth of Top the Destroyer!
Justice and evil. I have moved beyond that binary now. There is only being and the absence of being.
I'll blow you away! Die!
I ordain what will and will not exist. That's my cause. And to serve it, I forsake all else.
I fight for Bulma, for Trunks and Bulla. I fight for the oath I made to a fellow warrior, for my Saiyan pride. I fight for all I've built and all I am. Unlike you, I won't abandon all that to play God!
Okay! What?
I'll hit you with an attack you won't be able to destroy! His principles and pride! Do you actually think I'd let you stop me?
Somehow, thanks to how much more powerful he has become, and plot armor, he was able to withstand the explosion this time, but it left him with nothing else to give. This event gave us another first in all of Dragon Ball. one that I have been waiting for a long, long time. Vegeta fights without a shirt. We've seen Goku do it 100 times. That's one of the keys to him winning his battles. Name a fight where his shirt was off but he lost. Exactly. And now, finally, after so many years, Vegeta has lost his shirt as well. So now we have a 4-on-1 assault on Jiren, but all that does is make Jiren hold back just a little bit less. Frieza is done away with like nothing. And Android 17 has to self-detonate just to give Goku and Vegeta a little bit more time to recover. Vegeta is so wasted and drained of energy that he cannot even transform. Yet despite that, he still gives every last ounce that he has.
There's no real power behind Vegeta's punches anymore. Vegeta, no!
As your foe, I must acknowledge the power of your pride. But it's over!
And in the end, with desperate tears in his eyes, he gives his final bit of energy, entrusting all he has to Goku. A little bit before this, Android 17 managed to get Jiren's God of Destruction monologuing, and we got Jiren's backstory. It's nothing new, nothing groundbreaking, but it sets him up as being something like an antithesis to Goku. Much like our protagonist, he seeks strength above all, power beyond power, but he doesn't do it out of joy. He does it out of pain. Not for the love of being stronger, but for the fear of not being strong enough. Goku is being pushed forward by his friends and family. Jiren turns his back on his. It's not even a question. Goku by himself cannot do a thing. Jiren is just toying with him.
It's over. Kakarot! Trust provides nothing but a path to the grave.
Sacrificing myself to help other people. Look at me, being all human.
Goku! You've got this!
Fight!
Win! Dance for us, monkey.
Go, Dad! Come on, buddy.
It's up to you, Kakarot. Don't you fail to... What the...
For the third time in this battle royale, it awakens. Ultra Instinct Omen. Time is running out. We know that he can only sustain it for a little while. Goku decides to use his Kamehameha to try and knock him out of the ravaged arena. But Jiren, the demon that he is, counters him with his own blast, sending Goku flying. Again, Ultra Instinct has failed against this monstrosity. After Vegeta verbally bitch slaps some gods and gives Goku some words of encouragement.
Come on, Kakarot! Find a way! I entrusted everything to you! My pride, my promise, everything! I won't tolerate failure! Trespass into the domain of the gods and use that might to conquer Jiren! Do it, Kakarot!
He gains his second wind and starts to improve at this godly technique. Whis put it best. He's moving all thoughts, focusing only on the fight with Jiren. Nothing exists but them.
I can feel it. Not the chaos of consciousness, but the elegant purity of energy operating on impulse alone. Goku is focused only on Jiren now, or rather on the battle itself. He is throwing his whole body and soul into the fleeting moment of each strike, allowing the flames of his power to rage freely, unrestrained by the walls of thought. Concerns for his universe, or the gap in their powers, his hesitation, his impatience, his fear. He has given them all to the fire and let them burn. So that now there is only himself, his opponent, and the fight. Soon he will reach a realm still faster, keener, and deeper than instinct, where even that awareness will blur and fade. And beyond that...
The amount of visual delight in this fight is off the scale. As if Goku's constant limit breaking was not epic enough, he is held down by a flurry of Jiren's punches, only held up by some flimsy rubble.
He falls, he's done. Even with that shield he's created, there's no telling when that rock will crumble.
He gives us some of the biggest big dick energy that we have ever seen, essentially creating a galaxy of pure energy around him.
Oh. Well done, Goku. I'll have to respond in kind.
I don't care what happens as long as we win! Just finish him, Jiren! Use your unstoppable, inescapable, absolute power! Do it, Jiren! Stop Goku once and for all!
Farewell, warrior.
He breathes and slowly absorbs this power. Whoever your favorite character is, regardless of how prevalent you think the supporting cast should be, the epic saga of Dragon Ball is about the life and adventures of Goku. From the very opening scenes, we are given the imagery of the birth of something new, with the narrator letting us know that the age in which this tale is spun is irrelevant. Goku, the adopted grandson of martial arts master Gohan, and the child of an as-of-yet unintroduced warrior race. This simple-minded kid only wishes for one thing: to become stronger, to become the greatest martial artist around. He doesn't care what lengths he has to go to, nor does he care about the level of threat his opponent might present. He will train until exhaustion with a turtle helmet. He will drink the sacred water that may very well kill him. He will take on the most vicious of foes, and spare their lives just for the chance of being able to fight them again. He will let anyone teach him so long as they can make him more powerful. And he wishes to do all of this in peace. He doesn't want to prove anything to anyone. He doesn't want to flaunt his power. He doesn't want to use it as leverage over someone else. Goku is, in essence, the ideal warrior, the paragon of a martial artist, the very archetype that those seeking the path of the fist should take. He does not rest when he has conquered some external foe or challenge. He is always pushed by his desire to become stronger than the person he is at that very moment. A never-ending struggle that brings him never-ending joy. The reason why Dragon Ball is able to get away with so many mistakes and retcons is that in this show, they truly don't matter. The fact that animal people all vanished means nothing. The specifics of baby Goku can be retconned as many times as they want. Power levels can be given any number by any person, and it will not change a thing. Because none of those things change who Goku is as a person and what he strives for.
Tell me, Goku, what drives your endless quest for strength?
Honestly, I can't explain it.
I just want to get stronger. Always have.
As I thought. You don't even know.
What about you? Don't you want to get stronger?
I seek to achieve something beyond strength, simpleton.
Well, duh, that's what I've been saying. I want to get stronger than strong and then stronger than that!
His seeking of stronger opponents have led him to fighting fish, miscellaneous talking dinosaurs, bandits, machines, monsters, bitches, fighting masters, ninjas, mercenaries, entire armies, ghosts, demon kings, family, princes of his entire race, of which he's supposed to be some low-class commoner, mutants, the emperor of the entire universe itself, androids that defy the limits of what is possible, and bionic androids that have been brought back from the future itself, the incarnation of primordial evil, the very gods themselves, time and space, immortality. Goku has challenged all of that and more. All of these challenges have given him power. Goku's journey, his experiences, his entire life has accumulated to this moment. A lifetime of striving and achievement has led him to the point where even the gods of the multiverses stand before him as a show of respect.
He has arrived at something truly superb.
Goku's done it, hasn't he?
Yes.
Look at that brilliant form. There can be no doubt. This is the true power, complete in all its majesty. This is autonomous Ultra Instinct!
He has done it. He has attained, mastered Ultra Instinct, the ultimate power, not granted to him because he's a Saiyan. It is granted to him because of his skill and his relentless pursuit in the martial arts. No genetics, no power-increasing transformation could have given him this. This was foreshadowed when he first trained with Whis, before even Frieza came back, when him and Vegeta realized they cannot just keep relying on transformations to get them ahead, which is why they never went Super Saiyan during their trials.
Every time that it's really mattered, no matter how impossible it seemed, you've always found a way to bounce back! And it's never mattered more than this, Goku! I believe in you! You can stop Jiren, I know it! Just dig deep and get up!
This is the result, the culmination of Goku's entire life as a warrior. Jiren starts to lose it with his helplessness, even going as far as to attack the stands to show Goku how fleeting his bonds are. He made Goku mad, and one thing we have all learned is, you don't make Goku mad.
Anyone tries to hurt my friends is gonna pay!
This looks like the end for Jiren. When that sequence first began, many wondered if it was Frieza who attacked him from behind, showing his true colors. Instead, it was just his own body finally giving out in the end. Even a body as mighty as Goku's could not withstand the technique of the gods for long. Jiren is set to give the final blow. After Kaioken times 20, Ultra Instinct Omen, and Massive Ultra Instinct, they all failed, and Jiren stood victorious. But wait! Frieza appears from the sidelines, and 17 pops up, throwing all the emotions and meaning of his self-sacrifice away. It is somehow not over, but Goku's body is wrecked. Jiren is not in much better shape neither. He's so out of it that even Frieza and 17 seem to be enough for him.
You no longer have the nerve to look at me, do you? What a shame. I would have enjoyed watching the expression on your face as I delivered this final blow.
That is, until Toppo introduces Jiren to the two most powerful techniques in all of anime, the Talk no Jutsu and Friendship.
That's enough!
Keep pushing!
Don't tell me what to do!
Raise your energy higher!
Don't tell me what to do!
Hold on! You can't lose! Away with you, petulant vermin! Away!
Sorry about that, you guys.
Yeah.
Goku uses every last bit of strength he has just to help them all not die. And the final 3-in-1 showdown begins. The man who believes in only himself power, taking on the power of trust, with the two people least likely to have any semblance of trust, Goku and Frieza, fighting side by side with 17 as backup. The climax is upon us, as everyone throws everything they have to stop the unstoppable. Jiren can still take shots to the neck and kick your ass with his thoughts.
I need you to throw me, Saiyan!
Huh? Oh yeah!
Frieza whips out an old school technique not seen since Nano. Goku, battered, beaten, nearly broken, struggles to even go Super Saiyan in his mad dash. They cannot stop Jiren's might, but in the tournament of power, it is not just the power of your muscles that count. Goku and Frieza sacrifice themselves to finally push Jiren out of the ring. For the first time in Dragon Ball's history, it was the power of trust between the ultimate good and the ultimate evil, working side by side. Out of all the contestants, who would have guessed that Android 17 would have been the last one standing? And who would have guessed Goku and Frieza would have worked together to sacrifice themselves to give him the win? As he stands there, ready to make his wish, we all knew it was coming. 17 wishes back all the universes that were erased, an act that, funnily enough, also saved the rest of remaining creation. The sun rises on a new day, A ragtag team that you would have never expected to see in Dragon Ball Z have managed to save the entire multiverse from deletion. The anime of Dragon Ball Super has come to a close, but the saga that is Dragon Ball continues. We have the introduction to Broly, who is now officially canon in the Dragon Ball universe, and the manga is still going on, which I will not spoil for the should-be inevitable return of the anime. After dealing with a multiverse-level extinction threat, what other challenges could there possibly be for Goku? Here's the wonderful thing. There's never been more challenges to Goku's power. We have introduced Broly, whose power caused Goku and Vegeta to resort to fusion to defeat. Frieza is resurrected with his army, and no one knows how far he can take his power now that he has opened himself up to the world of going to the gym for once. Beyond that, his schemes alone are deadly. We of course still have Jiren, who could easily become stronger himself and poses a threat to everyone. We also have Hit. Think he's obsolete at this point? Keep in mind, he's an assassin. His techniques primarily revolve around him killing people. In the tournaments he's been in, his greatest strength has been the knife from him. How powerful would he be if allowed to kill and use all his moves at his disposal? Goku and Vegeta are knocking on the door of the 13 Gods of Destruction, all of which may become foes for them. Them and the previous ones mentioned is up to 17 potential foes. There's also the 4 universes that were not part of the tournament. We don't know what kind of fighters they hold, and what's currently only a fan theory, when 17 wished back the universes that were destroyed, he did not specify only the ones that were destroyed in the tournament. So it's possible his wish brought back the 5 other universes that were destroyed prior to all the events of Dragon Ball. That's 5 universes with a potential grudge. When Super comes back, which will totally be in July of 2019 guys, I'm super serious, I have so many sources. There's more possibility now of what can be done than ever before. There is no greater influence in anime than Dragon Ball. Its popularity is so high that during his fights with Jiren, some entire towns broadcast the fight on the town square. Even when there was no Super, and Dragon Ball as a franchise has been quote-unquote dead for around 15 years, it was still bringing in hundreds of millions of dollars. It doesn't even matter if you don't care for the show. Respect must be given where it is due. This saga that has spanned many decades helped shape a lot of who I am today, and I am eternally grateful for its existence. I can only hope that I have been able to capture some of its magic in these videos. With that, the Epic of Dragon Ball series reaches its conclusion.
coconut.